To order our meeting this evening.
That we have several agenda minutes that we have to approve. I don't know if you all followed them all. I haven't. So I want to have a little bit of time. I was going to ask some of them to be moved for the March of what following. For me. Yeah.
You're talking about the entire item or just some
No,
of?
some of them that are ready to approve. And some are over. So I don't know if you want to go one by one and I'll let you know.
Which, I think probably have to, ones which,
So the ones that I've been able to see are. So all the ones related to 2025, which is one of them, and it's, the January meeting. And then.
These ones that need to move.
I'm asking to approve the rest,
okay,
not remove, sorry, but push forward for approval. Over 2023. I haven't even done there yet. So you have, yeah, well, not that even listed, but over 2023 and until January of 2024.
so January, so 2023 up to and including January 2024, you're asking to defer.
To the purpose until the next.
The remainder, we'll say,
The remainder will stay.
okay,
I have, also I'm gonna pull the resolution from the
well, one second, let me start with the minutes first.
Yeah.
Do we have consensus to approve the minutes that Commissioner Ansel has recommended at this time? We'll defer to Renee. Okay, great. So, Mr. Manager, Madam Clerk, so what we are deferring is the 2020, all 2023 minutes up to and including January 2024. The remainder will go on the resolution.
Yeah.
Okay?
2025.
2025.
Thank you so much for, the vendor that helped us out a little bit and putting us on. It's great to see that they are there. Then I was gonna pull the item resolution 2025-18 on my procedures. For discussion, please.
Which one is it?
Number 10. Number 10.
It's
Number
number 10.
518.
Yeah, it's number 10 on the consent.
You're pulling that discussion.
Yes, all of it is done, actually.
Oh,
That's what I'm saying. It doesn't have an itemized.
you're correct. Sorry.
Then resolution 2025-23 approving, I'm sorry. 2025-22 approving renewal of Sayers Environmental Service. I just have a good question on that one.
Okay. 18 and 22 are going down to those.
Correct.
Okay,
That's it.
any other changes or did you? Okay,
the same thing.
okay, so we have we're amending 2025 23, and we're pulling 2025-18, 2025-22 down to discussion. The remainder of the consent agenda will. All right, so we have a motion and a second to approve the agenda.
You said twenty, I make a motion. You said we're amending 2025-23.
Yeah.
Yes,
That's the, I'm approving. The.
Yeah, I'm approving it as amended,
yes.
because that's the minutes, the ones that we preferred several, ways. So we're changing.
I misunderstood.
2025, 23, it's like we're gonna bring up
Right, that's what I was asking.
I see.
25-23 is a resolution approving the agreement.
It's the one about, it's just changed the order for some reason, but if you go about, you'll see it,
There is,
sort of the title.
there is no
There's no resolution for the meeting.
minutes. There,
I don't know why they moved to that spot. Too many of them.
If it's not, we have a resolution for the minutes. then?
There is no resolution for the meeting. You don't approve it by resolution.
So it's 18 movement and 2025-22, right?
Correct.
23. Okay, so this one will keep it in 25. Which is higher than the company.
You got it. Correct. Okay. All right, so we have a motion, I think that's on the table right now from Commissioner Scenario to approve the agenda as amended. We have a second. Okay, all in favor? Aye, okay. Agenda is approved as amended.
Mr. Mayor, if I could.
Yeah, please.
So, if we could move our commission reports, reports number 9.
Yeah.
To after our resolutions, to right before number 13. So it'd be 12A. The reports,
Before or after you go to the resolutions?
after resolutions, right before discussions, old business,
Before the-
We are going to reports after you go to the.
yes. And if,
Haven't had enough time to go over it, and I'm hoping they stay where they are for the reason.
well, I think you pulled 2 resolutions, so I think those are important to discuss, those 2 resolutions.
Yeah.
But if we could just take the police report after the presentations, and there's someone here who would likes to discuss the police report, so I think that's important that we get to that.
So the police report.
Yes,
So-
well, we'll take that right after presentation.
The
And all the
police
rest,
report will be left for presentation,
Right.
the remaining reports will be left for the.
yes, that's all right. And then, Mr. Mayor, we have the Girl Scouts here, if we could take their item right before presentations, they've got things to do, they don't want to go home. We could take that right before presentation.
That's fine with me, the consensus of the commission on those 2 items from manager.
So I just wanna be clear, so you're moving just the police report to the end and the rest is staying up? Or the other
Way around, other way around.
Okay.
Police will go after presentations and then the remaining,
Yeah.
correct. Okay. All right, so we have our agenda as it's been amended. So let's go ahead and let's get started with our presentations. Well, first it's the Girl Scout.
Hi,
So we just need you to step right up here because that's the microphone is there and the microphone is gonna be what we're hearing.
so, we are Girl Scout Troop 105, based in Miami Shores, of the older girls, there's 5 in the group, 2 of them could not be here tonight, so these are the remaining 3, and they are going to introduce themselves. Hello, my name is Victoria. I'm Juliana. Hi, I'm Ella. We are working on a community service project, which is a prerequisite towards our Girl Scout award. We would like to present our idea to beautify Sistine Touch by replacing a broken down bench located on the south side of the beach on Lake East Newport, as seen here. We are partnering with Morgan Maritoni, a local resident you all know. He has built 12 beautiful benches scattered throughout the park. We have chosen to go with the classic bench with the backhouse set in the title mosaic similar to
I don't know what's-
In
You want to
summary,
stand?
we are here tonight to ask permission to proceed with this project. With Mr. Marinoni's help, we will be able to complete the bench by the end of the scouting and academic year. Our final touch for the bench will be to place a plaque that reads, dedicated by Girl Scout Troop 105, an additional inspirational line, such as sitting pretty, beautifying Biscayne Park, or something else. Thank you for your time this evening. We look forward to getting started. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So I was gonna say, thought I saw you in here, George. I recognized the bench right away, we can see through the email that this was one of yours, so. I let the commission, address you, I think it's a great idea, I love it, and, open up to the commission for any questions for you all, but, I'm looking forward to seeing this happening. So, commission is, any questions?
No questions, just say thank you for this, it's only the blessing when, Girl Scouts to the local board, and Eagle Scouts to the board of the Eagle Scout, projects in the village. We've been blessed with a couple other ones, Girl Scout, bigger local board last year after installing the bike pump.
Yes,
Since-
our troop,
Yeah,
race.
So I was there the day that she unveiled it. One thing I want to ask the manager is hopefully you guys are done. You guys can put some kind of ceremony on for you guys, we can unveil your bench, and we can recognize you.
Again, I want to thank you for coming tonight. Which I think was the Boy Scouts that did the, for, owls and the, nest. The wood
yes.
nest. You can still see them around the park, they're very good. So congratulations, you. But I agree with Commissioner Bill, but, we want to recognize you, so be sure that you let us know. Let us know if any other projects that you want.
No questions for me. Thank you so much. And it's very needed on that bench specifically, so I'm very happy it's gonna be.
Yeah, that's our medium.
Thank you very much.
Very well, it sounds like, yeah, consensus to work with Vander for whatever we need to get done, but, thanks so much, and we're looking forward to seeing the future project.
Thank
So you can get in touch with the manager and we will help you out with the next steps.
Oh,
To
okay.
make sure that, they know when you're working on that or anything. Okay.
Thanks very much.
Thank you guys.
Good luck. Question you have, what it needs for the.
I do. I do.
Okay. So let's go ahead and move into our second final presentations. I forget we have Paul here for audience presentations of Paul.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor Commissioners. Yes. Those who don't know me, I'm Paul Winklejohn. I've been the District Finance Director for the village since 2017, which makes me the second oldest person in the room. Just about. If you could go to the first slide, that'd be wonderful. First page. By way of introduction, the village began contracting services with my firm in 2017, but actually we started 3 years before that. And you can go to the next slide, please. And hold it there. In 2017, the village had not completed an audit for 3 years. And so our firm decided to help you get an audit in 2017. We had to go back and fix the missing audits from 2014, 15, and 16. The only way to do that was to literally recreate the entire year, one check at a time. So, and create financials for every month for those 36 months, which we did. And that gave us an intimate understanding of the village. We also did that simultaneously of the year of 2017. We produced 4 audits in that year that had not been done. They were audits with findings. By 2018, the findings were removed. So congratulations to you. You stabilized your financial reporting and procedures. Inside of that, we developed some basic check procedures and oversight. During the budget process, it became very clear that there was a big gap in the village, an absence of continuity between staff and the accounting contract. It was proposed and approved recently by the village council that we would fill that void. The first step was to research and make sure we had everything right. The second step was to begin meeting with staff. And then the third part of that was to develop a set of guidelines which encompass the entire financial process. So this evening, I'm going to give you an introduction of that. If you go to the second slide, please. So the situation is, since 2017, and I will also say in 2017, you had less than $200,000 at your disposal, and it was actually less than that because you had a loan that prohibited use of that $200,000. So by financial standards, you were broke. As of today, you're closer to $3 million in reserves and capital funds for available emergencies and projects. So I think the stewardship may be frustrating for the residents that maybe the projects didn't go as fast or as numerous as you might have liked since 2017, but you are a very healthy city now and you have clean audits as a result of that. And we also paid off that loan, which if anybody heard the terms of that loan, you pass out. So you're in great shape and you have zero debt. The problem was identified that, next slide, please. I'm sorry, I looked at my screen, not yours, I was wrong. Back up one more, sorry. What we did identify in numerous years of doing your budget is there's a pretty big gap in between staff level participation and commission level participation. Due to continuity of staff, high turnover rates, switching contractors, switching commissioners, there was so many moving parts that you really never had a continuous source of reliable information from the beginning of a purchase, a project in the field, to the invoice being prepared properly, the check being written, the check being signed and delivered to the vendor or contractor. In that process, very few individuals, the department heads particularly, had a total grasp on where their funds were. And by the time the budget process started in June or July, it was scramble time. And that was unfortunate, but that's how the village had historically performed. And so we've proposed a method of improving that. Next slide, please. So the good news about your financial condition was coupled with bad news about a weak budgetary process, and in particular your accounts payable process, as well as the skill set of a budget analyst. All of those happened at periodic times in your history, but you changed staff so quickly that the information never got passed along. So the first step to fixing that with this new responsibility was to evolve your guidelines to incorporate surviving procedures, things I can train, we can have everybody on the same page. And if should somebody leave, we hand them the guidelines and say, this is how things operate. And we also have staff assigned through my firm to assist with any questions at any time. Next slide, please. So step two, which I just mentioned, was to contract for and absorb those services. And partly I mentioned the idea of using staff to strengthen their participation in it, but also the village has an existing software package called GoGov, which has a very robust accounting and invoice tracking procedure that you've already paid for, and it took no new programming to alter it to serve as a sequencing as well as a monitoring tool for the village. Next slide, please. In parallel with all this, your current interim village manager has completely embraced the concept, and that is probably the most important thing. And the staff have also embraced the concept where they will be participating in the budget process starting this month, which means the staff will develop their own budgets, their plans, and a lot of the granular detail that in the technical skills of each department head are required to know whether the project's going to work, did it work in the past, evaluate past expenses, all those 1,000 questions we would all ask during the budget cycle and often not have answers to, because the data was so scattered or not refined to the point where we could quickly answer it. The goal this year is to begin with department level budgets with that research either being done for the next fiscal year or be done in time for the commission to begin giving reports. And I think that's sort of how we look at it, I believe that. And so we should have a draft budget at the staff level this month. And by May and June, staff will have a fairly refined budget so that in July, when you start your workshops, you're gonna have a much tighter, more efficient process. Next slide, please. I mentioned the robust reporting and tracking capabilities. This is a snapshot of a screen at the time of this report of the number of invoices in queue. You can see there's no red, they're all green. That means anything red would have been on top of this and was already processed through. It just shows quickly as a dashboard, if you will, the date of an invoice, who was the last to have it, and if you click around in this software, you can get any question answered as a partner in the process pretty quickly. If there's a question about it, it gets marked correctly that, hey, there was a question, the engineer hadn't signed off on an invoice or something, something is delaying it, it's explained, and we have a perfect way to document that. It's working quite well so far. The next slide, please.
Wait, give me 1 minute.
And the next slide.
1 minute.
One of the other components of the guidelines workflow of invoice procedures in accounting principles for governments and really in the private sector, we have a concept called segregation. You can't have one person buy a product and ultimately sign the check to pay that vendor. That's an inappropriate single chain of command, if you will. And the way you're required to, and the way we often struggle to perform, is to have as many people in the process as reasonable. So this chart shows what the maximum flow tree would look like, which every one of them starts at the lowest possible level, not in a negative way, but the initiator, I call it, or originator of a purchase, would be the one who contacts the vendor, decides what they want to buy, depending on the purchase level, which is articulated in this chart. That person would be the technical expert. The next level of approval is a practices and procedures expert, being their supervisor, not only checks that they're doing things according to the guidelines, but that they're being done to their department policy as well as these financial guidelines before they approve the invoice. And if there's any work quality, the two would have to negotiate that before any invoice moves to the next level. Very quickly in your organization, you've already almost always reached a manager or a clerk or a senior department head at that point. And that's where the problems begin. So if a manager buys something, we have a problem, right? Who oversees his particular invoices and stuff like that. So historically, they would just create all the paperwork as though the clerk did it. Well, the clerk didn't do it. The clerk wouldn't know why they were buying a backhoe or what kind of motor the backhoe, like I'm being technical. Let's assume there's technical things that the clerk should not be worrying about. And that was your history. So we're trying to fix that where we're getting the invoice process down to the proper level, the supervisor of that at the proper level approving it. But I've also inserted our finance department into it as an option. And I can serve as that as the finance director. When the manager is conflicted or dual tasked, I would be the one verifying and adhering to the procedures and signing it off. As an invoice goes into your accounts payable process out of the village, my firm conducts a very robust review process with as many as 4 different people. We have an accounts payable person who processes the invoice, make sure it's not a duplicate invoice, and our computer systems do that as well. That's a big way for overpaying somebody or double paying somebody who's the invoice. We make sure that all invoices comply with state law. We have a supervisor of that person as well as your accountant, and the accountant has a boss. So in that process, you have 4 people who are reviewing your invoices to make sure that they're properly performed, that they're in with the tracking software, that none of them have. And that was the problem because we had invoices stuck somewhere, we didn't know where. And we'd have to go find it and find out what it was. And the accounting department would not normally be involved in that. It would be the manager or the clerk who would have to take huge amounts of their day away to go find an invoice for somebody who's complaining, and perhaps they even complain to the mayor or one of you all first. And that's a really inefficient goal of ours to overcome and make sure that doesn't happen. You can go to the next slide. So this is an example. This is actually a live report at time of this product of all of the invoices as they flow through the village department. And the little shaded arc area peaks right around January and December. So 2 things happened then. One, at the end of last fiscal year, you probably heard me report that there was an enormous backlog of invoices that were stuck. right from around July into October, many invoices were no longer processed correctly. They came to different email routes in the manager's box, et cetera, and the former manager did not move them anywhere forward. So we caught those up. We also instituted this program. So two things happened in that are happening in that chart, but you'll see very quickly that backlog of, in the light gray shadow area is the backlog of unresolved or open invoices that are aging. And we've brought that down, and you want, right where we are now in March, you want that ratio of invoices that are closed or in process and the number, you want to fuel them open because not everything's perfect and everything's flowing 100% in terms of approval. You want, some invoices are not approved. You don't want to overpay or pay too quickly because that would mean you paid somebody before they were done working or the work was unsatisfactory, as an example. So you, as of March, you were actually pretty much performing that ideally. You can go to the next slide. Please, thank you. And I mentioned there's a lot of granular detail. This chart shows all the different data points that we can track. And I just highlighted a couple with the arrows to show you that one of the key things is that it's coded properly. Right in the middle, that middle arrow is all the budget codes are loaded into this system. And each staff person being familiar with a budget process will be more familiar with picking the right code. And my staff will review it and make sure it's accurate as well. Your staff, particularly Karen Phillips, is the key to this process. And she stands as the manager of this type of a page. Inside this page, the invoice is loaded. All the data points are automatically loaded. So the invoice date, the due date, expiration date, so all that information. So it's a very robust process that you didn't have to pay a penny for because you already have it. We just turned it on. So we're very happy about that. One thing I didn't mention about the invoice process is that eventually gets to a check writing process. And the check writing process was also extremely bogged down and very inappropriate by strong manager form of government, where you had one or two commissioners signing checks, which is not accepted. It's really just not the way to do any kind of business. One of the steps that you have instituted is called a deposit payment requirement. When that accounts payable person and that person's boss finalize the list of checks that are approved, meet every requirement, that list of checks has to be transmitted to your bank. The bank loads it into their system so that when we print the checks and sign them and send them out for payment, those are the only checks that they're allowed to clear. So a random check that's never been handed to the bank in that process through our system and into their system cannot be approved. So that is proof positive that you're completely in control of every check written. And it's very common now to have false or fake checks written. We've probably had a dozen in the last 5 years. They've all been caught. They've all been, given over to the authorities. No funds were ever dispersed. So the fake check writing world is eliminated by that process. So those are the highlights of your financial guidelines. They are much more involved. They're 20 pages or 15 pages of detail. In them are also your purchasing guidelines, because you have ordinance adopted purchasing guidelines. So those are just incorporated. If you wanted to change your purchasing guidelines, it would have to be done through an ordinance change. So I copied them verbatim. But I glossed over quite a few processes that are in those guidelines. But the guidelines are written with bullets. They're written with verbal explanations of all the different funds, what they mean. So they're an education tool. And so I'm quite pleased with them. I was hoping to steal them from another municipality, but you would be shocked that very few actually have ever written it. But they just don't write procedures. They write enough to get through their audit, which is like a 1-page battle. So you have them now. Congratulations.
Well, thank you very much for the presentation. Just want to, I want to turn too long, go back and forth, but very quickly, GoGov, I spent some time talking to GoGov the other day about admin access, commission access, and I see, some information about a lot of these, invoices or, however you want to put it. Is this something, if we had a question, commission had a question about a certain thing that was being paid or some detail for invoice for a check that was issued, if you have admin access, it's something that we can see but not change, I'm just kind of curious.
Absolutely, there's read-only options, it's public information by its nature, it's not very interesting to people, but as in your shoes, if somebody were to call you about, and you, rather than delay, 'cause you are lightly staffed, you don't have 50 people sitting around waiting to answer questions for you. So that would be a huge benefit, I think, a read-only access, I believe they used to have it, they said you do have it, or some commissioners had it, and we can add you through your email.
Okay,
And the reporting is very good. There's a reports page, you put in the fields you want to see, and it's very strong with that.
I mean,
And we can do teaching, I can do a tutorial also.
yeah, certainly, I'm thrilled to hear that not only do we have this working now, we have some kind of transparency, some clarity on what these invoices are, how they're being paid, some better controls or how they're being paid. And certainly, it's written now for us. Is there any reason we weren't using this previously?
I don't think it was fully understood how to use it for this process. I think it was good at documenting and it was good at some aspects, but it wasn't. It basically just took a manager and a finance director through your direction, say, we're gonna do something, whatever we say is going to be done, and the manager backed it up and we're doing it. Like, it could be that simple, I guess.
Richard? Paul, thanks so much, and very happy to hear with progress in the whole commission for this.
Thank you.
The only question I have, you might have already explained it, we always had the board of advice letter for commissioners sign the check, that's to verify the check, how do we continue with that transparency?
So I thought of that, yeah.
That's a concern I have.
So the answer to that, I think, is, I shared it with the manager today, that document that I give the bank, that shows the checks that are authorized, can be circulated, and you can see it. And I mean, there's so many steps upstream. My advice to any commission would be to never sign a check. You have no reason signing a check. You're putting yourself into a position, you have no idea what you're signing. And nor should you. You have an idea of what the project might be, but you have no technical authority to verify it. And you don't, unless you work for this village full time, you should not be signing a check. It's a terrible practice in this profession. So you're done with that business, by the way.
You know, the problem I have is transparency, I want to.
So, yeah, so there's a report, I will share every check run, with the manager can make that available to you, I don't know how you like to flow your information, but that's the answer. Because that is that bank certified list of checks that have been created or will be created that the bank will clear. If there's a problem with one of them, you'll be able to go into GoGov and read everything about them. It'll all be there, and that's still not enough. You can call the manager and the department, you're gonna have every step of the process at your fingertips. I can't think of a better answer.
If we, so are the commission essentially, I don't know if it's the mayor or a commissioner themselves, for what is on the flow chart, we still required to sign anything or no, because as you said.
So the way I wrote the flow chart was to show all activity, not just invoice approval, because there's an overlap. Your current guidelines and rules state that only the commission can approve a purchase above $10,000. Above $2,500, the manager has to approve it. And so I put that in there to show where the commission was always involved. And also you have two cuts and everything. One, it has to be budgeted. You can't spend something that's not budgeted unless it stays within the department. But if it's over 10,000, it has to be approved in advance. So the way it's supposed to happen is staff and the manager present to you, hey, we need to spend something we didn't talk about during the budget, but it's $18,000. It'll be on the agenda. You'll have a report explaining it, hopefully in a succinct way. If you approve that, now it's authorized. So that's where the commission comes in. So anything over 10,000, you have to have your fingerprints on it as a
But
vote.
it isn't a matter of a commission meeting, let's say, when we do a resolution, we approve, it's a contract per se, or a service, not specifically a check that we're signing.
Yeah, the check is the least important part. I know it sounds funny, but it's all of that upstream stuff is where it's in my last slide is the goal of this for me was to get you performing on a macro level.
Yeah.
And that's your goal, I hope to. And because you're sitting there at a check going, wondering, did we do this? You know, like that. you can't live with that. So you gotta get all that proof positive way upstream, so that when that check goes to the vendor, it's worn out from scrutiny.
So are we signing checks or not anymore?
No, I don't think so. The manager has the discretion
Okay.
on how checks are signed.
So no one, not the mayor, not any other commission?
No, and my professional recommendation is do not ever do that.
No.
Unless it's an emergency, like I'm in the hospital, he's in the hospital, we need 2 signatures. Or I don't know if I'm going to the hospital, but so.
Yeah.
Or I can't get there, like, yeah, we'll keep everybody on the right, I'm not changing the signature card. But the actual approved process needs to follow what I'm with being adopted. Did I answer that responsibly?
Yeah, no, so for me, we say yes or no, the answer is no, I'm happy with that. If you saw my item about this on December, you know, we were
Absolutely.
signing checks, I don't feel comfortable with that. So I think this solves it, and I'm happy that there is a process.
Excellent.
The question was related to, so you said, you know, the commissioner ultimately would be approving anything above $10,000. Once that's done, then it goes into the system and the workflow starts.
Correct.
We had a situation with your contract, $30,000 that was approved by the manager. And that didn't happen, right? I think it was, already an action in terms of the accounts payable process. That was over the expenditure clearly from the commission of $10,000. So how do you see the system in place avoiding that happening again, where the manager, without the authority that he has, without his authority, because he doesn't have it, like the charter, approves a contract beyond the amount that he's allowed to, doesn't come to the commission and then gets paid. At some point, will we avoid that happening with the process you have?
I know Al was dying to answer that question. I have an answer to, I'm sure.
Yeah, so, Commissioner, I just want to verify that it wasn't this manager that signed that contract.
No, I know.
So I just want
Yeah.
to clarify the record. It wasn't this manager.
Yeah, and the prior manager, he had been presented the whole idea as in the GMS contract for financial services, any additional services can be billed either at a flat rate or by hourly. So it was a little confusion on his part on how it was defined. So we stopped the billing and we're like, we'll wait, everybody's happy.
Process because we
Yeah.
went in length during the budget season.
Good.
As to what the 30,000 is gonna get us, which is what we're gonna pay for this additional service you're allowing us.
Correct.
From that point, it got approved by the manager and it started that, but it never came to the commission. So but my question is, with the system in place you have,
That'll be fixed. Yes, because the 10,000 will now be built into the invoicing. And any invoice that crosses 10,000 is gonna have an approval from the manager that the commission has authorized it. Now,
it seems
if your
like-
manager isn't following the rules, I can't help you there. My office will stop it.
Right, and Mayor, if I could.
Yes.
So, also, if you've seen the items on the agenda since I came here, even those items that were within my authority, I brought before the commission for approval. That was less than $10,000 I brought before the commission.
And that would be normal flow of business in the world, you know, because I have 80 clients and that's how it's supposed to work. So thank you for that. The other piece that I see used quite commonly in municipal management and Bradley can opine is a legal sufficiency check. If there's anything over $10,000, we could ask the attorney to initial it. That's what a lot of municipalities do.
So, but just by ordinance, and we've discussed this in other circumstances. So by your code of ordinances, no agreement can be signed off on without the village attorney approving it as a legal sufficiency. So any contract, and most of the purchases that the village does, there's some form of contract, because even an invoice, if it's got terms and conditions on it, it's essentially a contract. So it has to be signed off on by the village manager for your code. I'm sorry, by the village attorney.
Yeah, and yeah, we spoke about the process, thank you, I understand that, but that didn't happen, right? So we have a charter that says that cannot happen, we have an attorney saying that there is a legal process to make sure that that contract is sufficient legally to move forward. That didn't happen. And to your point, I guess it always is at the discretion of the manager and I mean, But my question with this, since we're paying for this, additional SOPs in place, process, and that's part of my questions I agree with. I want to make sure that that has applied, okay? Because the only reason I found out was through the attorney. You know, when I asked, only when I asked if there was a contract in place, because for me, it was weird that, you know, we already have a contract ongoing, you said it, you know, we're already providing the service, and for that 30,000 shouldn't happen that way. So how do we get that assurance? Is the question, because otherwise,
the-
you know.
the
we're
process-
doing it to the manager to.
No, not
you know.
entirely. So I just mentioned a few ways. One is obviously, the attorney mentioned that if I don't do that, your current manager and your future manager will get a copy of the guidelines. Your
Yeah.
prior manager didn't have anything. They were in existence for the village, they just weren't in its hands or training. So that's gonna go away. My office will obviously have to, we're not gonna approve anything that it doesn't meet that requirement. And the prior manager interpreted it not as a contract, but as an existing payment that was authorized. So it was in a gray area, he shouldn't have done it.
So then, just to go to the example, I have a $30,000 contract, it gets approved, it gets in the system, does the system recognize that has been approved through a commission and by the attorney? How do you check those boxes and make sure that happens?
So at the time of invoicing or the time of, there's several steps where that's going to get caught. One is in the budget process, was it approved in the budget? That's a reasonable argument that the commission did approve it.
Yeah.
They did. It was a very vocal thing. So I think that's where the manager leaned forward on it. And I didn't object to it because I thought that was how he interpreted it as well. Regardless, your future processes, now that we have a system in writing, will be to prevent that from happening through either legal, through the manager, through finance. None of us are going to allow the other to do that. And I have 4 people in my office that oversee it. Bradley probably has his staff, and the manager has himself or who he does.
So, Mr. Mayor, man, just another question, Paul. I'm kind of putting you on the spot.
That's all right.
Because I'm not that familiar with the system. But anything over $10,000 would require a resolution to be executed by the commission. Is there a way to incorporate that into the GovGov system?
Yes,
That's
I
part
was
of the
thinking-
documentation?
You got me speeding up my thing. Thank you.
That was
So,
my question.
Yeah,
How do you tie into our resolution, our commission?
So the pre-existing approval can be, is in the system. So if you approve a $500,000 construction project, you don't have to approve it at every $10,000, it's approved once. So once it has its initial approval, it goes in as an authorized project, and it'll get a project track to it. A budget item has a line item, so it'll have a line item. If that line item is above $10,000 per item, you know, like we're buying safety equipment, some of it's $1,000, some of it's $5,000. It's not an accumulation of that budget line can be $20,000. Does that make sense? So if it's a one-time purchase, absolutely, it has to have a pre-existing approval check on it. So there's a way to prevent that and to include that.
But in your case, since it's a 30,000 divided by 12 months, it will be a very nominal amount of time. So how would that be highlighted that is already been approved as a contract?
Because the original purchase, you can't, under your code, you can't break down a
Right, that's the-
contract in order to get around the threshold. So if there was a purchase of, let's say, services or goods that was going to be paid out over a period of over the year, excuse me, for $30,000.
Yeah.
When, and Paul, correct me if I'm wrong, when the item is opened up in the system, there would be documentation that purchase was approved by the commission,
Okay.
what the total amount of the agreement was, and what the installment payments are, so that there is a check and balance as to making sure that what's being paid on a monthly basis is what the documents require.
Got it. So there is a PO per se that would establish the total.
Yeah, the pre-existing code would be utilized properly that way. It would identify capital, it would identify contractual, like an ongoing contractual service. You know, say your phone bill's $10,000 a month, you know, like obviously it's an ongoing contract. We don't go back to commission every month to approve the phone. So there are recurring contractual ones that you got me thinking, oh, I think I can add add processes to make sure that doesn't happen.
Okay.
But I like it, I hadn't really looked at it exactly the way you just described it, because it was, if it's, in most of our business, if it's approved in the budget, that's the commission approval.
But that wasn't, that's all, I was just trying to, you
Yeah.
know. Fix on.
Duly noted, I'll be sure to send something through the manager to show you how we're gonna do that.
Okay, then, oh, so you're raising your hand.
Yeah, I did, good. Go ahead, Tim.
No, I have another question, so.
Okay, so Mr. Mayor, if I could, I just wanted to say that we're looking back at every vendor that we use, every department that we use. We're going back to make sure that we have agreements with those and how those agreements were procured to make sure they came before the commission and they procured in the right way. And we're finding some problems, but we're trying to correct those problems. And we're asking every department, to look at those agreements, those vendors that they're using, and make sure there's proper agreements.
So who's responsible for overseeing the process to ensure that the scope of work and the payments align with the contract sessions?
So the invoice process, there's the supervisor and the originator, those two are the experts of that process.
Trying to go through the questions, we already answered that some. So we never had any manuals or anything to the extent you have developed.
Not exactly. You had some SOPs, we've talked about a few of them, like your emergency management program, like all of those adopted guidelines of the village. But in finance, the only thing you had were our inherent guidelines. And those were sufficient for the audit, but they were internal. They weren't shared department across the departments. And that's a key point of this, is to make everybody a member of the finance department, whether they like it or not.
So then my next question was about the rules. We talked about person, we talked about software, we're paying a flat fee. And you have spoken about 20 hours a week, so I'm not clear as to how are you basically tracking your work, and at what point is it at some point leaving us at the end of the fiscal because it's no longer needed and the process is taking place, or is it an ongoing service that we are doing? So if it's a person part-time, which is what we initially approved during budget season. You had mentioned, I think, during January, you were gonna have that person by April, so I want to ask you on that. So system versus person, 20 hours a week, that was sort of the agreement at the time. Can you explain?
Sure. So I've added 2 people from my office to the process. It used to only be 1 person.
And what do they do?
Okay, so it used to be to save time and money and efficiency, your accounts payable went to your accountant. Your accountant did the accounts payable, produced the checks, transferred them to you for signature. I've broken that up to one. Our CFO now has to oversee her. She never had to before because she didn't sign the checks. All she did was print. Also, the accounts payable person has to verify that everything in GoGov is green. They cannot produce a check unless it's green. If it's red, meaning it hasn't met all the steps, approval from commission, those are in there. If that isn't done, it comes to me and I route it back through the city. So there's 2 new people. And there's a 3rd person who does the banking uploads and verifies, because that's a lot of work for all of our clients. Because we have to take every check, Excel, and load it to the bank and get them all green. They turn green also coincidentally before you're allowed to issue a check. And so you just added more than $30,000 worth of services there. But also my role for the interim is, there's more going on. There's 2 other people. Is I'm working with your staff on a daily, hourly, couple times a week, 5 times a week, depending on the situation as budget comes up. That budget analyst is gonna be me. I'm gonna be sitting in this offices, which I've already done, but I'll continue to do that, helping your department heads know how to prepare a budget. If they know how to do it the way it's gotta be done, it's gonna be good. And so the manager is gonna be pulled into that, overseeing that role for me. The other piece is your budget presentation. It was asked, that the budget analysts help make the budget more elaborate, for lack of a better term. So I have a person in our corporate office who does that, does our more graphically interesting budget presentations. And so you'll have access to that step. So that's the immediate, you've been getting that level of service since October. Ultimately, I do have an idea that I want to have one person overseeing it all. I'm the senior manager in my company. I have all of our clients I have to worry about. So my time is expensive against my other clients. You're getting that for that money this year. I don't know when I'm gonna hire the person. I had to scramble to fill some vacancies myself. But you're getting the services, and I think that's the disconnect that got miscommunicated from the very beginning. And we've covered that, so I'm not gonna go through it any further, but you're getting the enormous scope of services that were never in our agreement. We've never done accounts payable, we never did budget analysis, we never participated in the staff level. We just produced your financials and wrote your checks.
So I will come to recording in a second, but how does that affect our current staff here? So the system and implementation, I'm sure this is consuming aside from learning curve, right?
No, but you hired somebody right around that July period. And the blessings are on your side that person would have a lot of experience in these exact skill sets. That was a dream come true, but they also did it right from the very beginning. And we're told this is how you're going to do it. So that using GoGov as your tool was absolutely a no-brainer for me, because I'm like, she's already doing exactly what I want. I don't care one way or the other for the software. It's actually excellent, but I was going to find something, a tool to do it one way or the other. If it's working, it checks all the boxes, it has robust capabilities.
So the same vendor that we started last year.
I don't know about your app.
It is.
GoGov. Yeah, it's an excellent system, very user friendly, very amenable, like we can adjust it to meet other needs, so I'm very excited for it. It's all working.
When it comes to reporting, so I haven't seen more than the typical report, and they haven't been on the latest agenda. So when do we start seeing monthly reports? That's one of the things we spoke about in January, to have it more on I don't know if they review, but it's, more of the value behind the slides or the presentation or the reports that whatever form it be, than just the pasted 50 pages of the entire budget every month. So how do you see that evolving? When do we see reporting? How often?
I'm not sure, those are standard accounting financials, they're not pasted budgets, that's actually a full ledger of financials that has live data up to the big cutoff, so I'm not sure what more I would add to that.
No, I think that what we spoke about was, that's not usually, shared with residents, and we talked about how can we make sure that it's adjustable in a way, by pointing out the highlights. If every month there's nothing to highlight, then that's it.
Yeah, I do that quarterly and can continue to do that. Yeah, I do a monthly report for the manager. The first month that was reasonable, I had some highlights listed in it, and that would be excellent, dashboard level information. I continue to do that. Right now, you're just around April where your numbers are meaningful, like very meaningful, and they get more meaningful every month throughout the year. And as the budget process fills out, and the same, it's gonna be a lot more. So the better and more interesting reports are coming.
Okay. And Paul, so this is sort of our holy grail to get to the budget season and have information that is produced easier. And it doesn't provide for 2 hours to figure out what the money, what happened previous month or the previous year or so on, and have more historical at hand and have questions that I can answer in response. So this should be it, right? We should get to that budget season with that.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, so that was the goal, and I won't go into the manual stuff. I mean, it's a very good first step for not everything. The question to the manager, I guess, is how do we make sure that staff is connected to this manual in a way with performance as well? If you think about it, they all now have this fiscal responsibility, in a level that they didn't before, because there are equivalent of signatures, maybe they did before, but it was an informal process, we just stated between 2, 3 people, and we see how it went. So now that we have, the department has looking into budgets, approving contracts and doing that, I feel, and I don't know, Brian, if there is any local manual, something related to fiscal responsibility levels, but it is an important question mark on how does this affect the funds of everybody. It has to be, taken as a key part of your role wherever you are. So you're not just a manager of the public works or the rec, but now you're responsible for the budget of the department.
I can tell you really quick how it happens. You start saying no,
Yeah,
nope, I kick it right back. Manager and I are like twins in this respect. We know how to say no in our profession or we wouldn't be here. And the department heads know not that, you know, it's fortunately, the beauty of a small organization is everyone knows your feelings. Every other commissioner's feelings, the experience of the budget, it's not a secret. So I'm hoping I see smiles and nods and then some tears throughout the room back there, not real tears. But yeah, I think you get it.
yeah, and I think that's an important part, you get the right, training, because it's probably not gonna be going at the beginning, but to get to the level of accountability is at the end of the day, putting signatures behind this whole, resident money when it comes to.
Absolutely. My favorite one to work with is the one that's the most productive for you all is your events. I think that I already did it through January. Lisa and I are gonna do the next quarter together as part of his development of his 2026 budget. And I went back 3 years, so I'm gonna have about a 3-year picture with his department. And that's gonna be the teaching tool for him and but others. Your police department, I did some of that work with them already. I'll replicate it to catch the newer faces up to speed without any problem. I'm a good teacher too.
And then the
Okay.
GoGov, part of the system that is added, is there something additional we're paying to GoGov?
Who's already part of the program.
Yeah, not that I know of, Commissioner Dunn.
Yeah, they owe us some training. That's one of the, after I was waiting for this to get feedback. But the training will start with staff, GoGov will do, and the good news is they record it, so I only have to do the training once and then I have a copy of it, so.
Okay.
So we don't eat up their time unnecessarily,
Yeah,
but if anybody isn't sure, I'll put the video of how to. For any of you, you know, once we do the training, we'll record it.
Yeah.
And you'll have a little YouTube video of how to,
I like
check
that
that one.
idea, I think it's important just for.
why repeat it.
Context, you
Yeah.
know, how the process goes, but thank you, with,
No, thank you.
you.
Love the involvement and the feedback. I'm against the silo world of management and interaction, and you can get that way in this business very quickly, where you get frightened or you get out of touch with everybody, and we haven't had any of that here, especially after our retreat, so thank you all. Thanks.
Thank you.
I just want to say thank you. I don't have any questions and they were all answered. I just want to say that it's exciting. It seems like we turned the corner and I'm excited to see the budget process updated, the proof of the pudding. It's the word, it's the process. Thank you. Thank you. Paul, thanks so much. Here's our next presentation for the development part. There you go. Yeah, I need to put it on my feet.
I can get out of to the zone, yeah, you know, so you can ask me for a
Thank you.
question beginning,
No, I think the link is broken.
I don't know, click on it,
Are you Commissioner,
I will, but I just want to.
Commissioner, can you go through the calendar?
That,
Can you go through the calendar?
the calendar?
Yeah.
That's what-
You did, it's broken. Okay.
operational plan for the. Available.
I just.
I'm trying to see if,
All right, let me,
Ready.
So, Mr. Mayor, while we're doing that.
Yeah.
So, as you know, our building official is employed by CAP. And outsourced through, CAP. But he's since I've been here, he's done an excellent job for the village. And we just wanted to, as we had done for all our department directors, ask him to come forward and make a presentation. We were scheduled for tonight. And thank God he got back he was traveling in Italy, he got back on time to be here tonight, so, thank you.
Good evening, good evening. Thank you. Thank you. This presentation won't be as long as especially going to the budget. So, in the department, I can tell you at any moment, the budget requirements for the building department is $0. We don't use that money. We do not use the city budget. Budget, we have to be self-funded. So, we'll start with the first line.
building, the other PowerPoint.
So Mayor, we were here at 5:30 doing a walkthrough and making sure this was working, so here it is.
Perfect. Thank you. You look at the second slide. Here's what I was speaking about, when I started 553.80, versus 7A. Talks about the building permit fees. And since these fees and fines are based on the earnings, laboring fees may be only used for carrying out the local government's responsibility in enforcing the building code, the Florida Building Code. And the idea of enforcing the Florida Building Code is to protect the people who will live or use the buildings, to protect, not is to protect who will live in that building, to make sure it won't catch fire, you will not, when in a hurricane, we make sure it's, depending on the building, for example, bathroom sizes have to be usable, cannot be too tight, they have to comply with certain requirements of the human body. So, door widths, bathroom sizes, exhaust, a whole bunch of things that we have to approve before something gets done. The intention of us is always that, like, the safety. In our building department, we do as possible, I hire inspectors that are the country requires inspectors to have 5 years, at least 5 years experience as contractors in that trade. Some guys have it on paper, they don't have the real experience. When I interviewed them, it kept us in general for all other inspectors. We make sure they have been on both sides of the counter, and they're not here just to impose their authority. We're here to help the people done right. So we work with the contractors so they don't make mistakes. If they make mistakes, they fail the inspection, they are right. But and that's the intent of the code too. That is built with a minimum of safety.
not the final quality, the final quality is always like the quality of the paint is not what we see that it's well done. I will not read all the text here, but in general, this is the idea. Let's go to the second. Um, I'm sure this is very important for homeowners and builders. Time service, people don't want to be without a home, they want to be with dirt in their homes. They want the project done as quickly as possible. Contractors do not want to waste time because time is money. Paying people at the job site that cannot work costs a lot of money to everybody, your homeowner and the contractor. So our goal is to provide the service as quickly as possible with the good quality of service, not just approving everything, but going through the proper procedures to approve plans and approving inspections, but without wasting time for the class 3 applicants. You know, inspections, for example, inspections, inspections to be scheduled before 3 p.m. so inspectors can have their schedule, they can set their routes for the following day. We said we communicate with inspections the previous day, inspectors, so they know the road inspectors they have, and they so kind of play with the time, but they kind of know at what time they'll show up at a particular place. Now, for class examiners, we assign the class examiner, we give 10 days maximum to examine. Usually they finish their review before 5 days. It's so cool. If you have a little chart, it is a large chart, so it's not readable. It has two sides. On the left, we have the zoning approval, which is where the process starts. People go to zoning. Fortunately, over here, the planning and zoning board meets every 2 weeks. So the timing is very good. And some other things that, and the building code, the law requires them approval within 120 days. Usually, within 2 weeks, the small permits get approved on the first or second pass. Larger permits make it longer, and we're probably in the same boat. But once they finish, they come to, on the second column on the right hand side, we see the building part process. But the problem in general, everything starts from zoning, but the building department does not touch the permit until zoning approves, and the idea if zoning says if this cannot be done, you don't need to develop a full set of plans. So there is a time between the first approval and when we start reviewing, that is not part of the building permit, but it takes some time. But if people do everything the total time to get a permit, because it didn't make sense, but they're two separate processes. As I said, the good thing is over here, the planning and zoning board, they're moving very well, good timing. In other places, it's not so fast, so places take very long time to approve. They defer the meetings and customers get the street, I would say. In our case, as I said, in our process, when they come in, we open a review, the clerk with help of another clerk that you don't see, usually takes 2 days to make sure all the plans are correctly submitted. And then we open a review and give the reviewers a maximum of 10 days to review. The law requires less than 2 weeks. We're very compliant for about 6 days, 5 or 6 days. Review done on average. They just did an average. Today, it's about 4 days. We're doing about 4 days in several months. Now, where the big delay comes is most of the times the design that they may take 30 or 90 days to revise and correct their mistake. And so Okay, so let's go to the next one. So one of the main things we're working now. We're working on inviting the owners. Later. Inviting the owners, this is one story, but, working, inviting owners to be more transparent. He is asking in every funded application to have the owner there, invite the owners so they can go and see what's happening in the project. And not just having to believe what the architect's done for the permit. That way they can see the quality of the plans that are coming to us, and also the timing, because I know they will call you, you complain, and we haven't received any. Permit going tells them the building department has for something, but they have not received. That's the most on, more than 90% of the time. That is the case. This is, this chart I have here is historical just to see the difference of what we have achieved. When we started, before we started our report, the previous, group that was doing reported. They probably did many more inspectors, but they didn't put them on record, so it was very difficult to find it. Our inspectors have to manage and go find approvals and sign papers. But they reported about 20 inspections a month. Right now, since we started, we've been reporting between 100 and 120 every single month. Which is what you really need. You need somebody who leave the records there, so if somebody, an inspector leaves. And inspector will come back and see the record, take over right away. That was not happening before. I'm not sure if you guys remember. But when I started, there were people sitting on this porch because there was no space in the other porch to go in the lobby. It was also full of people complaining. So today, you may get how many? 2 people, the chairs are empty. Sometimes they say to use a couple on the phone a little bit, but no more than 2 people, no crowd anymore than that. That was our goal. When we started, we said, an empty lobby means we're doing a good job. People don't need to come here, waste time and complain and be frustrated. And we be doing that. Let's go to the next one. This, I wrote a little explanation on digital signatures here. That we are finally being very strict with. After 5 years, the technology has been there for 30 or more years. But we started reinforcing it. We were forced to move into digital signatures and no more paper plans since COVID. COVID forced us to adopt this technology for everybody. And it's great because the way it works, you register as an engineer or as a business owner, you can register with a company. They verify your identity, and once you pay a service, then they give you a public key that is stored in a specific computer after a federal firewall with very high security. And that is your public key. When you sign something, the software includes the signature, includes the public key and another secret key, which is like a snapshot of what the file was at the moment of signing. So you send that to somebody, the person who opens it will, the software usually Adobe or Ruby that we use, will open it, will go and verify that the public key is the one registered in that federal server. And we'll also compare, we'll do this calculation, mathematical calculation to see the secret. If somebody had a space in a 500-page document, the calculation changes completely. And the signature shows fail. So it is very safe, very secure. When you get a good signature, that architect, that everything is signed the paper. Before you just got a lot that the draft people had a rubber stamp and we didn't know. We were getting, and there was no way to verify that engineer really signed plan. That's what this this license is something we're using now. And I hope, in like mine, for example, I don't use many guys, so I'm hoping we start using it privately for other things, like when I sign it's meeting with somebody that can notarize because he has the virus that's put my name. But it's not that it's me. So the 2025 expectations again. Our budget requirements, again, is zero. Now, the city always has a percentage of our building permits in a fund that may be used for building department requirements. So if we find an excellent piece of software that we may investigate, and people are managed, and decide, oh, it'll come to use still because it will be a large purchase item, but still the funds are in your bank account, but they still reserved for the building department. The city, the village uses some of, can charge some of the use of computers, for example, uses the funds from the building department for the building of the software. And for the computers, the desk that Vina uses, the city could charge a little bit of rent. I'm not sure how much the city is charging for me using the table, the dining table, a couple of times a week. But those funds can go to the city from the building department, but there's always a reserve. For we may need, it is in reserve, before we have these records. And that's it. No, always, it has to be zero, no matter what, it's not a real champion. By law, in the state of Florida, your budget for building department for any city would be $0. Then, one for the question.
Thank you. But I don't think there's a question on that.
The revenue, side, are we in any way improving, or I just wanna get your sense of the, in terms of the construction that is happening in the village? Do you see sort of an increase lately? Is it been steady?
It's been flat, but I wish I had that crystal ball that all economists are looking at today because we don't know where the future is. And now there is always an inelasticity of, let's say, for construction. If you are building a house, you have to finish. If you stop in the middle of it, you lose out. So that will, at least the prices that are going, will have to get finished, and I don't see bank prices that will cause people to stop, because by having 2006, the banks ran out of money. And so I as a contractor, will give that a bank that foreclosed on a product, picked it up and hasn't finished it anyway.
Yeah.
But I don't think that's happening now. We don't know if the prices may go up a lot, they may be, I don't know, I don't want to say whatever I say, you know, it's always been.
We don't know.
Well, I think some of your understanding, because I cannot say, really, I cannot say, but it's been flat, it's been flat. We see the same number of applications. And I've been talking to contractors and they're just in the things, just like me, because the interest rates, when the interest rates go too high, they can touch the tax.
But that hasn't happened.
You hope.
The other thing is, so I brought up the issue, from some residents, usually, as you explained to me, has to be the contract that's in place. Or the issue is we all better understanding on how the process works. The request was to audit cases to understand where the problem was. Was it the phone? Was it the system? Was it the lack of knowledge? Where does that stand?
Well, we had. It's incredible how we did that recognized, because the phones were broken for how long, the phone vendor not responsive. So people said, oh, nobody's answering the phone, of course, it's not ringing. Or for a while, the building department on the accused, but you were getting the phone, you were ringing at the top. So people, they were invited to be upset, because there was no response. They were working, the folks are working now. And as I said, we want to invite owners to see the project. We're always looking to the owners of, always separate us, right? But, we help them get in the system and see what's happening, because most of the time is that their architect, like, there is taking us three times to respond something that could be done in about 3 days, it's done in 2 or 3 months. So,
Got it. So I'm manager, so that was one of the takeaways for the item, that we would do an audit on existing cases just to see where it was. I think what I'm looking for is, it's always helpful to show data behind what's going on. So we can say, listen, from the 10%, it's 10%, and what it is I picked 5 cases, so the ones that are being, longer in the funnel, trying to get their stuff done, which I've done with emails about. And it happens to be that, for example, one of the residents had never understood the fact that they were getting individual signature from the firm, and that. But I was hoping to get that today, that was part of.
no, I didn't prepare that, because if I prepared, I would love you to, we had spoken about, you have the office in Newbury. I
Yes.
don't want to be, because.
No, yeah,
I
for
would
me,
think
it's-
that one hundred fifty of it, that's
we
it.
don't want to do it specific, listen, more than with the knowledge of the system, say, there's 3 cases that have been there for 6 months, I'm making this up, I know there's not one. Right? But just to say, the reason was there was a fluctuation with their system and, phone system.
Yeah, I know.
Or the online portion and everything about this, it could be user friendly. So one of the questions I have regarding the online, unfortunately, we do have some budget aside, as you said, that could be invested in software. Could that help in any way?
No.
We are,
Right now, no.
Okay.
We had a big problem in October, remember, we came in March to propose the change. But I think 3 meetings, went too late and we left without being heard with our proposal. We changed the plan review system. So at the end, when it finally was approved, we ended up with, instead of 5 months, 15 days to do it. And we had to scrap, and in that time also, we had to change the manager. And we had to get the new small computers to update the server and everything that was needed. So what we expected to do in 5 months, we're done in, 2 weeks, 2 weeks, hundreds and hundreds of permits. So it was like a big tidal wave that did affect us in November, because it was at the end of October. So the last 2 weeks of October and November, completely, we were swamped. We were covered with work. And that's why we had other reviewers here full time helping.
and I think that's what I was sort of trying to gather, so I will put that out there, that we still need to do that. You have presented a slide that's very helpful with the process. You have a whole process from start to end, and I think if you were just to highlight, say, there's 3 areas right now that, that's where the issues have been. And this is what we've done to correct it, and we've looked at the last 10 cases with the longest 30 days. Again, it just gives feedback instead of saying, nothing's happening, because we've got people saying something is, right? So I think that provides us with the ability to also put people at ease when they come up to us, even if we guide them through the village code, that's usually the case, that they would come with a complaint. And it is great to be advocating for the efforts you're doing if I know what the pressure comes on. And so that was the idea of having that information.
Yeah, well, again, as I said, I wanted to see. why
Let's
is this-
talk about
so
it,
we
let's
open
have
up
the meeting.
And we have that meeting. So-
Yeah. And
So it's not something I put together
Yeah.
to make myself look good, that's why I don't think it's today.
We'll figure out a way to make it happen, but.
But inviting the owners to participate
Yes,
is going to be very important, please, get better. Having the owners see,
yes.
and also having the owners not be afraid of calling me, because many times they hear something from the manager, and they have never contacted me.
There could be some education there. So in terms of the system, what I was saying online, this is for the commission. When we go to budget, if we have some money sitting on the building department, and the entire system now lives online, right? The whole permitting process has to be online. Maybe there's part of the, revenue from the building department that can, somehow, ease the renovation of the website. Because part of the website is hosting building department. So instead of just taking an admin, get a percentage, which is a heavy percentage, I would say, and this is the, again, data backshot information. I can guarantee you 90% of the traffic we have to the site is because of traffic. If you're able to prove that, we can take the money that we need to make the revamp of the website from the building department. Okay,
Yeah,
so
part of it's gonna be.
we've been struggling about administration and where to get the money from, but don't say no yet.
I didn't
Don't
say,
no
I didn't
yet.
say no. I was talking about it.
Yeah, but like I said, most on our big sum, we took us 4 months to get all the forms polished again.
Yes.
4 months, and I had no access to do it, and we really wanted to have, we don't have access to directly. Any new form that comes from the government, we can put it there, we don't have to, we don't have access. We don't have to.
But there's improvements to be done, so I'd take that as a no, to have a meeting to find out exactly those pressure points and inform people, educate people, and then during budget season, looking to improve their website.
No, PSNA, it's a longer term project. I'm gonna check PSNA as an online system now, because right now this is going from the local server. It's not online, it's the PSNA program itself, the permanent inspection. We do the inspections online, through the plan review program, the whole PSNA, which is the backbone behind,
Yeah,
is still, is not an online version. There is a new one. The city of Medley, where I have inspected working, is using it, and it seems to be going very well. Now, the other question is the price. I'm not sure. I can contact them and see, and then maybe do it by the end of the year. So people, if you start making too many changes, you'll go crazy too. So you go slowly and then introduce another thing.
that's good. Thank you, Ken.
I just want to say thank you for the presentation. I think inviting the owners to be part of the process is a great idea. I think that transparency will really help to answer a lot of their questions and it helps make a smooth process for them. Thank you.
Just want to thank you for coming tonight with your presentation. Residents need to understand what's going on. So figure out some way to know more about it. And explain the process to them, explain often that you might be the construction person that does the construction and so on. So you need to really work with residents and have the process go as smoothly as possible.
Yeah, so managing the website to improve the communication will be right at that.
We'll talk about website at different times, because I'm very disappointed with the website. Yeah, so again, just want to thank you for coming out tonight.
Thank you very much. Okay, so let's go ahead and launch our final presentation evening, which is the first.
Yeah, so, Mr. Mayor, as you know, we had retained the services of Herb Marlowe for our strategic planning session. He's, has submitted a final report. I think he's online. To, we had walked this through at 5:30 to make sure this was. So he's online to make that presentation.
I'm asking to unmute.
Yeah. Herb, if you can unmute.
Good afternoon. Mayor Commission, thank you for the opportunity to present here. I'll wait for the screen to come up.
That's not it. It's
That's not me.
the strategic planning. Strategic, strategic planning.
Second from the bottom.
Thank
so-
you.
Yeah,
Yeah.
there you go. There you go. That's it.
Okay.
Very good, thank you. Mr. Mayor Commission, we have tonight what I call a strategic action plan. This is a very specific list of projects. It's a work plan that you wish to accomplish over the next 3 years. And based off both my interviews from you and our work together in the retreat, this is the information that was generated. I have 3 goals tonight. One, I want to make sure there's nothing been omitted. This comes from my notes, the manager's notes, and the clerk's notes, but if somehow we missed something tonight, please say so. Secondly, obviously, you've had some time to review this. If there's some other additional objective you wish to discuss, please do so. And thirdly, I just want to make sure you're comfortable with the timelines for this. The format is we have 3 goals. I'll discuss those in a moment. Under those goals, we have very specific objectives. And working with the manager, we've identified a lead person or office for each objective and a time frame by quarter that project will be completed in. So it gives you a very easy to use work plan that you can review quarterly if you wish with the manager to see where you're at on these various projects. The goals are not they're really listed in terms of our discussion in the workshop. I consider them all 3 equal priorities. But in our initial discussions and on day 1, we mainly talked about goal number 1, which is, as I interviewed you and as we discussed, there are a lot of projects that are hanging that you wanted to get completed. And so what you see under this goal are a list of 13 specific or 12 specific projects that the intent is to get done within this fiscal year or next fiscal year. So these are near-term work that, and I think most of these are pretty self-explanatory to you. I won't take the time to go through them as you're all very familiar with them, but they are very specific work that you have felt had not gotten completed, need to get completed. And so that's the first goal, is to complete these projects that have been hanging around for a while. So that's priority, what I call goal number 1. If you can move the screen to goal number 2, or if y'all have a paper copy, just move to that. The second area we discussed both in interviews and in our meeting was to really improve the operations and financial health of the village. Clearly, Paul gave you a very detailed presentation earlier this evening that talks about financial practices, which is number 5 on the list. And in our meeting, you identified a number of other things that you really wanted to have improved. Police services briefings, batch approval of grants, job descriptions, grant proposals, a communication plan. I want to note that. Entryways, signage. So what we're talking about here in traffic, all of these things you feel are mainly internal operations that you want to see significant improvements made on. It's the same format. We've identified an office that's responsible for that particular item and a time frame in which that particular item would be completed. And most of these will occur over fiscal year 25, 26, but some move into 26, 27, given just the nature of the work that needs to be done in preparation for it. But again, the goal here is to really improve the internal operations of the village And again, Paul's presentation gives you, I think, a great sense of the depth and work that goes into each one of these to get there. But clearly, as you achieve those, you will have really increased the operational efficiency and effectiveness of your local government itself. And if we can move to the third goal. In our work together, you identified a number of really major capital projects that needed to be done. And I'll pause on these for a moment because they are significant. These are significant capital projects, which mean big dollars. And clearly, the village cannot do on its own currently with these. So a couple of these goals really talk about pursuit of federal, legislative, county funding for projects such as drainage, septic, sewer, et cetera. And regional partnerships where, your adjacent cities, the county, other agencies that to be able to work that together. And on number 2, in particular, I want to talk about this. There was a significant discussion on Saturday to plan for a general obligation bond vote. Clearly, many of these things, such as septic to sewer, and however they were broad interest. Other things are internal to the village, such as your streets. And so there's a mix, and on many of these projects, there's a local match required. So given the scope of this and the significance of it, the discussion at that time was we need to prepare for a general obligation bond vote 2028. And we did that because there's a lot of work to be done for that. That's not something you do quickly. You've got to build both a lot of communication with your residents, and there's a well thought out plan for what you would do with these funds and how they'd be managed. But this does represent a major step in terms of being able to secure the funding that you need for the various capital projects. You also talked in item 4 about alternative roadway designs for the village roads, and some of yours are essentially one way, and how you want that to work. Again, that takes a lot of analysis and preparation and community engagement to do that. And the last one, the discussion was that this is something, the tree plantings could really be an opportunity for a community partnership in the sense that many people are willing to sponsor a tree or pay for a tree. And that's a good community building effort. Many of these other funds obviously require multiple funding sources and general dollars beyond the capacity of any individual member. So those are the 3 goals, and I congratulate you on having 3 goals. I think that's the focus of that. You can focus on these. Got a number of very specific work to be done, which I think is very clear as to what needs to be done and a system for doing it. So from my perspective, this is a very plan that can be implemented very clearly. You can measure it very regularly, and you simply have to hold yourselves and your manager accountable for doing it. With that, let me pause and respond to any questions you have in terms of either there's anything else you would like to see added, anything I omitted from our discussion, and if you're comfortable with the timeframes on that. So, Mr. Manager, Mr. Mayor, let me give it back to you.
Sure. I know it's a full days of workshop sessions, so it's hard to encapsulate it all into, unfold it this the way that we have here in front of us. Let me just ask, and I don't know if this is a question for you or maybe it's a question for the manager. Where do we foresee this document living? Is this something that we kind of capital improvement projects, or just something that we can, I guess, have easy access to, make it publicly available?
Yeah, we'll go over this tomorrow or on Thursday with the staff to make sure they've already got a copy of it, but now it's been approved on commission that they're fully aware of it. We can, once we get our, we're working on redesign of the website. Once we get that done, we'll make it part of the website. But and we'll share it with, will be part of our as part of our budget process. This will be a guide for our budget process.
Perfect. Okay, yeah, I'd just love to see it available to the public, so that public is aware of it, can see the process that we went through during those 2 days of workshops, or to assist us with all the departments. So I appreciate that. I'll go ahead and open to the commission if there are any questions for her. We can send it to us this evening.
just want to thank you for 2 workshops that we had. I think we as a commission accomplished a lot and we worked together. Realistically, the goals that we have set in goal 1, realistically, are we going to be able to complete this?
I'm sorry, if that was a question, it faded out at the end. I couldn't hear it, but I appreciate your comments.
Realistically, the goals that we set, are we going to be able to really accomplish those?
I believe so. I'll let your manager make the more authoritative comment, but he and I looked through these and looked at the timeframes, and I believe he feels they're all reasonable, but let him respond to that question if he would.
So, Mr. Mayor, I would answer that question with, I don't have a crystal ball, but we're gonna make every effort to accomplish all those goals, and with the support of this commission, with this board, I think we'll be able to do that.
With these goals, are we gonna have a lot of public being able to be involved in this, or at least knowing what's going on with all of this? I think the communication between the public, as I stated, when we had a workshop, is very important. So I want the public to be knowing what's going on during the whole process of the thing.
Yes, so some of these projects have been talked about for a very long time, and as they move forward, there's certain items, contracts going to have to be approved before they come before the commission. So at that time, there'll be a detailed cover memo explaining where the project is and what's being done.
Perfect. I just want to say thank you for the 2 days of strategic planning. It was great. I think we all left there on a better page for the park, including not just commission, but the staff as well. I don't have any questions. I think it's it's a great jumping off point. I would suggest the manager maybe annually we meet to go over these and see how we're living up to these goals. Maybe a quarterly reporting calendar that seems good. We have to hold ourselves accountable to this plan to receive the next week. Thank you.
So what's the objective, over the this?
Yes, yeah, well,
So you want approval of this as the objectives for what? For budgeting for next season, for this year? For organizing budget for 3 years? What's the next step?
well, as Herb had said, if there's anything we missed, if there's something you feel we missed, the city clerk, myself, or the consultant, then if you could add that to it, and then make that part of the final report, and then we distribute it to the directors and move forward. It's part of our budgeting process, yes. So that these are priorities for the budget.
And the so that would be the first question I have. I am not clear on the priorities in order, just because there's 3 ways of looking at them. You have objectives that are tied in with money, and then you have projects that are on sort of a strategic project within the departments. That might not require a budget percent. So all of these things need to happen. I think I wanted to see this implemented in the current CIP. I think I said that. I'm going to backtrack, so I think we talked feedback to everybody. I said this before. Thank you very much for your assistance. I think you and I got the chance to meet only the first day of the workshop. I wasn't available on the second. My feedback to the manager was this is very poorly communicated. And didn't allow for a lot of interaction of people to understand what we'll be discussing and what the impact of the document that we have today is going to be. So I don't think people are ready either to make any comment as we do hearing, because I don't think they understand what we're looking at. That's my first thing. The second feedback I gave was regarding the current CIP. We did spend $5,000 with the vendor to put it in the format that we see it now. And that was the last portion of our strategic plan that we have with the prior vendor. They, together with the vendor and Chris, the former manager, they put it together in a format that has timelines and it has money attached to this project, and we recognize our priorities, most of which didn't happen. So I think what I'm lost is what am I approving? And how clean is it? go for you to start implemented. I wanna see like 1, 2, 3, what are you moving next? And I'm not sure I see that, for example, in the first page, you know, there's stuff in 2024, 2025, different quarters as we move along. Some are third quarter, some are first quarter. It's not necessarily in order, and I wonder how they relate to each other as well. So I think you're listing most of this stuff. I haven't seen much of the ILA. That would be my first comment. That was my input during the meeting, as that traffic it's a big thing for us. We went through months of contract negotiations with the county to have an ILA. And the first question was, well, how much money are we gonna need to do that? Because now we're implementing speed bumps in the village, we're implementing, thank you, roundabouts. We thought about if we could, so there's really gonna need, we're really gonna need a budget behind this infrastructure changes. I didn't recognize easily here, I don't know if there's a way I'm missing it.
Well, I think, Commissioner, that was the purpose of the strategic planning session, was to prioritize what would you like to see.
And that's what I said during the only this, I was there, so I don't see it here, I don't know if you guys maybe didn't flag it as important, but that was one of the things we wanted to see happen, I remember trying to love it. But again, that's my feedback, I think most of the stuff is here. The CIP already reflects projects that have been sitting since October from Shiscon. Thank you. So the question is, we have the budget, it was approved, it's there, what's the next step? We saw a presentation for parking. I think there was a lot of feedback in terms of what that means, are we ready for it? So I'm trying to see how we merge that, and the things that have been sitting. The CIP, which we already approved, and it's sitting on the website, and that is what our residents are aware of, and this document, that's my feedback.
So here's the question that we decide on right now, before we move on, we should throw a comment is, based on the feedback Commissioner Richard has given, what's our next step with this plan? I can tell you that my understanding of this plan was that it was kind of together with our CIP, so that they're kind of ready in conjunction, not necessarily one big priority with the other. But we have that very detailed capital improvement plan with dates, with numbers, and this is a little, I think, the idea was this is a little more high level, kind of identifying which directions or which projects are going to take priority. Tell me if that's.
Right. So my review of the CIP plan, you had some items in there that were wish list, which was a pool, a dog park. So it was.
We had a phase out, that wasn't necessarily priority, but there were things that actually residents came forward after a survey and work was done to recognize what the community wanted to see happen. Do we have the budget for it? The answer was, well, no. So what do? We do partnerships, like I'm still working with my insurance to the Aquatic Center. We were gonna build a plan to that. And that's why it's important to see it in a face and a way, and that's why we have the Excel. You can identify there's certain things falling in this fiscal, and there are things falling 3 years from now. But they needed to start. We were talking about how do we get there, even if it's a 5-year project.
Yeah, so let me say this, Commissioner. So that second day that you weren't there, we had talked about some of those items on the CIP list that were large budget items and how to get there, how will we get there? And that's why we talked about floating some bonds, a bond program, and then going out in 28, we talked about the roads. We can't redo all the roads in this fiscal budget, but we could do that through a bond program.
Yeah.
So that was the we talked about the CIP list on the second day. This was more focusing on this coming fiscal budget that we're working on now, that we're starting to work on now for 25-26, what projects you would like to see and when we could complete those projects. That's what this is all about.
Can I ask you a question? This has gone out now to our department as well, because they were all with
Yes.
us for the entire budget workshop. Commissioner, would you be more comfortable if we were to get feedback from each of the department heads on this?
Yeah,
So they could provide us.
They've already done that. They've already looked at this, they've agreed to it, they're familiar with it. We're just, giving it to you tonight to move forward on it and say, okay, yeah. Start working on this for the upcoming budget year.
So I would need more information in terms of tying in what we already agreed versus, this is the first time I see the document. For example, I'm going to give you an example. As a priority, the first item that comes in, it says finalize phase 1 parking plan at a recreation center and complete agreement with Country Day School for the field inspection. What is that about? I don't know. What that's
That's what we have talked about, Country Day that come here, made a presentation.
Yeah, but we never agreed that that was the way to go. I mean, yeah, they shared the information, they requested that we consider that, but that was in the discussion item.
Yeah, well, it has to come back, it has to eventually come back, but that's what it was for.
So, and then I'm just throwing that as the first thing that I see, and obviously that's not in the CIP. Does that require money? I don't know. That's why certain things are listed here that might not require money from us. What does it mean? What are they providing in terms of revenue for us to take away from the needed budget for the master plan for the rec center? It doesn't tie in. I don't understand. So I think it's a great list to have to sort of highlight everything that needs to be done. And there's more here than actually the CIP, which is effective to consider merging. I just don't know how we move into the next steps and how that affects budgeting ultimately.
Well, the budget's gonna have to be approved by you. And then you're gonna say, why is this on the budget? Or you're gonna say, this was discussed at strategic planning session. And then this was on the report, that's why it's in the budget. And the project is still gonna need to come before you for approval. Even though once it's approved in the budget, it's still gonna come before you for approval.
So then nothing on this list, allow me to try and summarize, nothing on this list. Outside of what's been pre-approved through CIP is going to be approved until it comes before us.
Yes, it all has to come before you. It all has to come before.
So then is this more kind of a high level guideline as to?
Yes, Mayor, it's a guideline for us as we're drafting our budget for 25-26. As this is our playbook, our guideline to say, this was discussed at strategic planning. This is the goal for the mayor and commission. This is what they would like to see for the upcoming year.
I think this requires a dip analysis into a format that can be read throughout time, put together with money attached, so that I can understand what I'm, the two documents are separate. I mean, until last month, the CIP was the last document we've been working with, literally. So now we have this document. It's a completely separate document. There's things here that are not there. I mean, I cannot do this. So for me, it's a wonderful list to start. And I think it's a summary of the discussions we've all had those 2 days. Again, there was no community input into this. I want to talk about the projects. I want to make, a specific timeline as to what money goes where and what do we see starting. If we're going to move our staff into working into this, these are hours and essentially money that you put in you're rolling out to execute this. We all need to be very clear that that's the goal. Again, are this the priorities? I don't know. Again, the first one just to say, I don't know if that's about, again, I have a first quarter, second quarter, third quarter, and then it goes to second quarter, first quarter of the same fiscal. So what's in the first quarter? What's in that's what I want to see. I think it maybe needs to be put in a facing with budget. Yeah.
I don't want to interrupt, but I want to try and get us to where we need to go, so we can have everyone's way engage in public comment. Maybe, Mr. Manager, and to the extent that Carver can be helpful here, maybe can we rearrange this and kind of tie specific CIP projects to it through that Excel sheet and maybe kind of in chronological order, so it makes a little bit more time sense when we're looking at it. Then
Yeah, we could set up a one-on-one meeting with the commissioner to go over her concerns and maybe bring it back next month.
maybe I'll.
Yeah, I think we just need one, and it's a starting point, yeah, of course, I mean, you can call me to tell me, you know, anything that is, the point is, this is a study for us to approve, the idea is to approve the document, so that was great, I can do it today. And I'm happy to put it as an item maybe for the next agenda to see how it all comes together, but what I wanna see is, I don't wanna see an explanation of this document only. I wanna see how this ties in with the CIP, what we've already been working on. We can't just start from zero again. With a new, I understand the transition is, it's quite delicate, Albert, because you're coming from no context from manager to student and left. I get it. And we have a vendor trying to piece this up together for us, that I'm very appreciative that Mr. Herbert helped with it. But we can't, we don't start fresh. We gotta use what we paid for, we gotta use all the effort we put together, all the conversations we have with the community, that's hard to.
So, just if I may.
Yeah.
So very simply, so there's nothing for you to formally approve today. This was just a presentation. from
That was.
Mr. Marlowe, so I think that maybe clarifies it a little bit. I think what Mr. Marlowe was asking you is, this is a synopsis of your workshop that you had with him.
Okay.
And I think what he was asking of the collegial body is whether or not it's accurate, but if there's anything you would care as a collegial body to add or subtract from, and Mr. Marlowe, correct me if I'm wrong, but
That's correct. I just want to make sure it's an accurate document that you can begin to work.
Thank you, sir. And then to the extent that how this interplays with your CIP, if there are matters that are not addressed in your CIP that you want to address that aren't in here, you would be amending your CIP, which you can do by resolution. We've talked about that before. And if there's priorities that are already changed as far as specific projects, obviously that would be discussed at the time when you're amending CIP if you see fit, and during the budget process when you're allocating funds for these various projects.
Okay, I appreciate that, Brett, thank you, so I think that the answer that we have so far is a very solution, it's what you want to ask. So let's work on that, let's tie them again to the CIP function that we have already. And kind of organize it in a manner that makes sense.
Carter, do you have the CIP, our CIP, right? Albert, do you share with him the CIP?
If I didn't, I'll share it again. I thought I did, but if I didn't.
You did.
Okay, because that is the start point, and then I think the merge is what needs to happen, but, yeah.
Okay. So if there's nothing else, Herb, thank you again for joining us this evening. You'll get to work on some additional details on your summary and go from there.
Thank you very much. I'll have a good year.
Thank
You
you.
as well.
Bye.
Okay. So that was our final presentation. Let's go ahead and get to our public comment now.
Mr. Mayor, we had one, we moved the agenda around so we could have the police department.
I understand it's been 2 hours.
Yeah, so
I'd really like to allow people to provide a public comment.
Okay,
first.
so he was waiting, he needed to go, that's why we moved it around.
Are you able to stay with us for public comment? Sure. I appreciate it. I don't think we anticipated the presentation as long as we did, so my apologies. But I'd like to have the public provide their input now.
Constituents first.
I appreciate that, thank you. So let's go ahead and do our public comment then. Starting here in the log cabin, just as a reminder, our rules do require name and address, and we are our public comment is 3 minutes. So with that said, go ahead.
Sign in.
Hi, I'm Alessandra. I live at 117 Working Boulevard. And I strongly oppose the memorandum to train local police officers in Biscayne Park to perform federal immigration enforcement duties in Washington ICE. This plan not only is the most allocation of public safety resources, it risks undermining trust, violating constitutional rights, and making our communities less safe. Our police are already stretched thin, dealing with public safety concerns that directly affect residents every day. We need officers focused on the crimes that actually impact our communities, not checking immigration paperwork. If our officers are going to receive training, it should be on issues like implicit bias, trauma sensitivity, and how to effectively perform traffic stops in neighborhood communities. I have personally had my driveway blocked many times by traffic stops, which while legal is not only an inconvenience, it makes it unsafe for me to play with my son in our front lawn. Study after study has shown that undocumented immigrants commit crimes at lower rates than native-born citizens. If someone is engaged in serious criminal activity, let the police address that behavior. Their immigration status shouldn't be the primary target. Actual threats to safety should be. ICE agents operate under different legal standards than the local police. When local officers are trained to enforce immigration law, there's a real risk that ICE's looser constitutional constraints will bleed into routine policing. We've seen this happen elsewhere: unlawful detentions, racial profiling, and citizens being wrongfully held based on mistaken identity. Biscayne Park Police in particular have a history of profiling, and I hear complaints among our residents that this is still happening. The more police adopt ICE-like practices, the more likely everyday residents are to have their rights violated. It is also unfair and unwise to place a federal burden on local budgets and officers without clear benefits to public safety. When local police take on immigration enforcement, entire communities become afraid to interact with law enforcement. Victims and witnesses stop reporting crimes. Our community is safer when people trust law enforcement, not fear them. Local municipalities that deputize police for ICE enforcement have faced costly lawsuits over constitutional violations and unlawful detentions. These legal battles can cost taxpayers millions in settlements, legal fees, and insurance, meaning we could end up footing the bill for federal enforcement gone wrong. And finally, we must consider the ethical and moral human cost. These policies tear families apart, detain longtime community members, and cause disproportionate harm to people who pose no public threat. Many undocumented individuals are parents, workers, caretakers, and neighbors. Training local police to act as immigration agents is not just ineffective, it is inhumane. Thank you for your time.
I am Melanie Oliva, 590 Northeast 121st Street. Hello again, everybody. I'm here with Vicky just to be here again, and I did not notice that resolution that she just spoke so eloquently about until after being here. We couldn't get on the Zoom, so I was surprised to read that in the agenda. That's not the Biscayne Park that I want to live in. Not in support of making police ICE agents whatsoever. We do not have to do this, right? Is there some state funding that's being withheld? Why are we doing this? Why is this on the agenda? Who is sponsoring this? We're trying to help Trump while Cory Booker just spoke for 24 hours. This will lead to profiling in here. Thank you.
Thank you. Hi, my name is Kristen McLean. I live at 721 Northeast 116th Street, and I'm also here to speak against this resolution. I would encourage all members of the village to read not only the resolution, but also the Exhibit A, which is attached, which is what is the memorandum of understanding that comes from the U.S. government. And I just want to point out a few things. So the first is just underlining what was just said. I would ask, what is the benefit to the village of adopting this resolution? It seems to me that this is a way of taking our actual resources, which we're struggling with right now. We're struggling to actually run our police department and in a responsible way for the local residents. And now we're talking about allowing our local resource to be co-opted by the federal government in support of ICE. I want to know how this, I mean, as a taxpayer in this village, I really want to understand how this would return a tangible benefit to me as a taxpayer, to me as a resident, to my neighbors, right? So is our safety, to the basic policing functions that we're working on right now in the village. And again, I think the memorandum Exhibit A is extremely important, so I just want to read a couple of pieces into the record. So, and I'm reading from, just to be specific, Section 5, designation of authorized functions. So for the purposes of this memorandum, participating law enforcement agents and personnel are authorized to perform the following functions pursuant to the state of authorities, subject to the limitations contained in this MOA. Point 1, the power and authority to interrogate any alien or person believed to be an alien as to his right to be or remain in the United States. Point 2, the power and authority to arrest without a warrant any alien entering or attempting to unlawfully enter the United States in the officer's presence or view. Point 3,
the power to arrest without warrant for felonies which have been committed and which are cognizable under any law of the United States regulating the admission, exclusion, expulsion, or removal of aliens, if the officer has reason to believe the alien to be arrested in the United States is in violation of the law. No warrants, totally up to the discretion of the law enforcement officer who's deputized under this agreement. I don't believe that that's a good policy for us. I don't think that it's a great look for us in a village that has already developed a public reputation multiple times for violating civil rights. And just, again, going back to the most basic point that I was trying to make, I don't believe that this helps the village. I don't think it benefits the village. And to echo what Melanie asked, do we have to sign this? Like, how are we gonna pay for this? What's our plan? Finally, what I want to make that there's section called resolution of local charges, which says that the law enforcement agency is expected to pursue the completion, prosecution of any state or local charges of the alien taken into custody before ICE gets involved, meaning that the burden of enforcement, if we go ahead and arrest somebody, it's gonna fall on us to follow it through law enforcement before ICE takes over for a federal charge. So if our officer arrests somebody believing that there's a reason to arrest them, we have to go through the entire process of prosecuting them and taking on the cost of that and our resources in that before ICE even gets involved, even though our deputies are working under ICE. So I just think there are a lot of questions, and I would encourage everyone to look at it and for us to have a lot more discussion before we even consider anything like this. And I personally don't want it done in my name as a taxpayer of the village.
Vicky, 528 Northeast, 121st Street. I have no idea that I was going to talk. I have no idea that this was going on. I actually see the text message and I started texting friends and they're like, what? What? Let me put it this way. How many of you guys have gardeners? How many of you guys hire somebody to come to work at your house to help you clean? How many of you have maybe a tutor for your kid? How many of you hire cutting trees? How many of you, let me think about it. I have the list is going on and on. Actually, we want to finish those constructions. Well, guess what's going to happen? As soon as they know Biscayne Park is supporting this. Forget about having somebody coming to work on your yard. Forget about having somebody babysitting your kids. Forget about cutting the trees. That's one thing good about this. The rest, forget about it. So just think about this. What you are opening to do. That's what we want. We already have a really bad rap like that incident. You want more? That's done.
We can do better.
My name is Danielle Wolf. I live at 112 Northeast 115th Street. I'm a little emotional, so bear with me. Biscayne Park is a small piece of paradise where we're welcoming, we're a tight-knit community where many of our neighbors feel like family. That sense of trust and safety is what makes our village so special. But by passing this resolution and entering into an agreement with ICE, I believe we risk undermining that trust. Regardless of the intent, this kind of partnership can create fear and confusion, especially among residents who may already be weary of law enforcement. We know that many communities, in many communities, people are hesitant to call the police, even in emergency situations, because of that, because of fear. This agreement could make that hesitation worse, not better, thus impacting the safety of our beloved community. It could make us less safe because people won't call the police. While I understand that this is part of a broader state and federal push, including Governor DeSantis' expansion on the whole lot of things that and through recent moves from the county and Broward, those counties are operating primarily within their jail system, and what is being proposed here could bring ICE cooperation directly into our village policing, into our streets, and into our day-to-day lives. That's fundamentally different And a different type of involvement with serious implications for a small community like ours. There's also serious concerns for myself about the specific functions of an immigration officer, that our local police would be taking on. The language is super vague in the MOU. I know that you spoke about some of it, but in the actual MOU that you would be agreeing to, it's super vague. It doesn't really say exactly what that means. And without clear boundaries, I believe we risk mission creep, and that could negatively impact our residents, especially those who already feel vulnerable and are already marginalized. Beyond the impact of trust and clarity, I want to point out that our police department currently does not have a permanent chief of police. And may not, perhaps, or may not for some time. It doesn't seem responsible to enter into a serious and long-term federal agreement like this without stable leadership, not just in the police force, but also in the village in general. There's no one to fully own, oversee, and be accountable for its implications. Our focus should be on strengthening our community relationships, not putting them at risk, and I urge you to delay and actually just not move forward with this. I strongly urge the commission to reject this resolution, not just delay it, because it does not align with the values of myself, and I'm sure many of our community members here. I love this game park. I love my community, and I don't think it's gonna make it safer. Thank you.
And we're really getting 7 Northeast 116th Street, homeowner for
I'm sorry, if you don't mind getting close to the mic.
Sandra Willing, here, 17 Northeast 116th Street, been a homeowner here for almost 10 years. And I love this neighborhood, and more of my friends are coming into it. Many things are said eloquently, so I'm just gonna say some things I feel like they weren't. They're quite simple. Go for a nighttime walk with the dog, you see the police. It's great. Hi, how's it going? It feels good. Feels good to feel that way. I've only had good experiences. You know, the smoke alarm went off. My friend's in the fire department. He's like, police were there first. They already said no smoke on fire, but we're going anyway. So fast. A stranger, you know, washing his car. My friends and my neighbors. Well, there's a question. They came over, super peaceful. You know, I've only had good experiences, like basic neighborhood stuff that doesn't need to escalate. You go out of town, you let them know, hey, I'm gonna be out of town. Oh, go by your house. These are the kinds of things that are small place. I don't think, oh, we pay extra too. It's great. I always feel good when I see them. I know there's issues, but like, I don't have bad feelings. Believe me, I have very strong feelings about the political things that are going on. I was warned, like, maybe I shouldn't even come tonight, right? Soapbox the hell out of here will be crazy. I'm just gonna say a few other things. And this is not a direct towards that. This is what the police want or not want to do. But my question is, do they not have enough to do? If they don't have enough to do, cool, money could be saved, like slim it down to the, you know, whatever you need to do. But I could think of other things other than this. Coordinate with the other local police departments so they have a good, you know, with the local schools. Do an outreach program on gun safety. You know, figure out which people are there in need. I've stopped myself. I saw a lady in our own neighborhood couldn't get up the steps with her grocery. I stopped it. And I realized she doesn't have someone that does it all the time. I can't be the person that does it all the time. So I'm not saying that's your job, but if you're running out of things to do and you want to start to take up Trump's agenda, there's all these things to do. You know, those things that I said, I'm just gonna say one more time when we're done. Coordinate with the other police departments so everyone's in line with each other. Do safety gun outreach programs for the youth. There's a lot of fear that could be reduced by doing those kinds of things. And it's not, you know how great it is to have Halloween? And they're just cool. They make it better. They're just there. And why? Because traffic, what's the biggest thing we worry about? Like it's just traffic, people look at their phones. Halloween, all these people come in. There's never a problem. There's never a problem. They do, and they don't overstay, they don't let us have fun. They're just there and they're totally cool and everyone feels more comfortable. It's so simple. If this happens, we go for the walk with the dog. I see a cop, I'm immediately gonna feel something negative and be like, don't you dare ask. You know, don't you dare ask my friend is in. Don't you dare ask, you know, the roofer that's, you know, and then we have negative feelings towards these guys. They don't want that. As a matter of fact, if anyone should get up here to speak against it, you guys should. You really want that on your plate? You're a small neighborhood community police department. You don't need to be working for ICE. Even if you voted for them.
Barbara Fuel, 777 Northeast End, 11th Street. My guess is this commission probably doesn't want this to happen either. And when you read the newspaper, it sounds like every community is signing on to this because they're being threatened by the state. So my approach, researching this, and this stuff is in the newspaper, they just had an article yesterday. When the state legislature passed the law in February, it was for detention centers, not municipalities, to work with ICE. They chose not to require the municipalities to enter into the 287G agreements as it did for the county level agencies. South Miami right now, a few days ago, filed a lawsuit fighting this because other communities are challenged. The governor threatens to remove the elected officials if they don't agree to this. South Miami said that the law makes it clear that 287 agreements are voluntary partnerships. And they also said that they feel DeSantis's powers are overrated. That, you know, things are going on in our federal government, our state government. They tell everybody they have to do something, doesn't mean it's legal. These things are being challenged. And if there's any way you can either put this off, waiting for the decision, or fight it, I think you have a community that would appreciate that. I agree with all the things everybody said, so I'm not going to bother repeating it. What this law does, it's really reprehensible. I saw the agenda items listed as priorities. Myself and the rest of the community was not invited to your meeting about community priorities, and that's really a shame. It was a waste of time because 5 people don't make the priorities for a community. It takes the community to do this. And the first thing on that list, which wasn't very comprehensive on the agenda, was saying that complete the agreement with Randy Country Day about the playing field. Now I know they came here to give a pitch that they're running out of ball space, but fields, and they wanted to use ours. Well, as a resident, I really don't care. As a resident, I'm thrilled that we have a ballpark for kids to play in, and even if it's empty, I'm happy that parents can go there with kids, fly a kite, practice soccer, do anything they want. It doesn't have to be occupied. And I'm not that hungry for money to tell Country Day, sure, if you give us some money, we'll let you use our field so our residents can. Now, when the manager said, when these things come to the, when Commissioner Winslow, when you asked about when is this going to become public? How are we going to find out about it? And he said, oh, it'll be an agenda item. I don't want to read an agenda item that the contract is getting ready to be signed. So this isn't the way you make priorities. Get the community involved. Let them know what's happening beforehand. Thank you.
I'm not going to repeat or underscore what Barbara said on in full agreement. I want to move on to a couple of other things. One, concerning the building department, Commissioner Hensler, I will say, since I've gone through the permitting process before and going through it currently, that it does seem to move more rapidly. Maybe Al can hear this later, but the one criticism I always have is that I could find nowhere on the website what you're supposed to do to get a permit, what documents are required. And we used to have a handout for that everybody got, and was crystal clear. The other thing is that it has to be done online. Now, I can do that, many of the people in the village can as well, but there are those people, maybe elderly, that can't do that, and they refuse to accept the document. I was standing there with all the documents and they wouldn't accept. Another point.
concerning your comments, Commissioner Huntington, on Free City USA, I do support it. I'd like to follow through on that, but it is really unnecessary to reinvent the wheel. The county has a number of documents, Chapter 18, for instance. They have a handout on pruning trees, what the restrictions are, what the recommendations are. We have adopted Chapter 18, Section 18A, but that only concerns new construction. The point is that I would strongly advise that you simply follow the county, which we're required to do. Don't. And the other aspect of that is you don't want to have to constantly update your own documents to comply with theirs. It's much easier just to accept it. So I think the point being is all those things are in place. You just need to use them. Now concerning 18A, quite another subject. We have adopted that after many years of Barbara and I pointing out that you hadn't included it in the code, but we do not follow it. We are not implementing it and enforcing it. Now, it only applies to new construction. And you've heard from many people or read up on next door that people are very concerned about what trees being removed. DeSantis has overridden by and large their ability to control that. Homeowners have the right to remove trees without a permit, with one exception that the county has. You cannot remove a specimen tree. That's a tree that is 18 inches in diameter at chest height. That does require a permit. So one fallback you do have. But back again to 18N. These are the minimum landscape requirements for new construction. And it requires a certain number of natives, certain percentage of low or drought tolerant plants, number of trees, etc. You see the new construction is going up. Yes, some are doing a lot of landscaping, some are doing a lot of ground cover. What I see is what I call thirsty plants that require a lot of water. And we are not, the developers come in, the first thing they do is clear any signs of life from the site. They get every tree out of there they possibly can. Bush, shrub, lawn, whatever, it's all gone. And we are not imposing the restrictions that the county has. We don't have to do anything, but just follow it to get a portion of that canopy restored, because they do require a certain caliber and quality. Now, the perennial argument to this, when we first spoke about it to previous commissions, was, well, we don't have any expertise, we don't have anybody to enforce this, we don't have a landscape architect on board. They don't need one. Building multi-million-dollar houses, and these people can afford to hire a landscape architect, does the plans, certifies the village that they're following the 18A, and at completion of the job, certifying that it was done for the village. Very simple. It's a few $1,000s, and when you're spending a few $1 million on a house, it'll make a dime's worth of difference. And I think that's everything I have. Thank you.
Jimmy Anderson, 11905, just a quick comment on the strategic planning session. While it would have been great to have some last email notification, it was on the website, which is how I initially found out about it. I attended for a few hours that Saturday. I thought it was terrifically well. It was great seeing all you guys and so many department heads all together in the same room. Critical. Anyway, on the real topic today, the ICE situation. Every day it gets more depressing. I mean, we've graduated from students being deported to being detained to be deported, all because of the sympathize with people. I think like for not because the White House. How about the plane load of Venezuelans not sent back to Venezuela, but sent to El Salvador with gulag? I mean, this is just not something we should willingly take part in. Today's example is apparently there was a naturalized American citizen who was, the government knows it, accidentally sent to El Salvador, but they claim they can't get him back. Interesting, get loaded and they can't get him back. Now, all that being said,
what we are seeing here is one more example of Tallahassee Grows Overreach. They did it to us with regulating Mercury trees, they've done it to us with trees, it's one thing after another, slowly whittling away with those who grew up, those of us who grew up here in South Florida, used to call home rule charter, which apparently doesn't mean what we used to think it means. And if we keep going down this slippery slope, we are so headed into fascism. I mean, we have the thought police now, that's why people are being detained. But look what they did in Fort Myers. Fort Myers usually used to sign. They were threatened not only with removal from office, they were threatened with misdemeanors. Now, if they really have that power, well, South Miami, I guess, is about to find out. I sent all of you, and I sent Al too, the article from the Herald on South Miami's lawsuit. Now, y'all can get it, their pockets are deeper than ours. But if there's any way to, and we don't know what the proper basic term is, then we'll decide, but piggyback on that lawsuit, do something similar. But this is just not the image we need. And so many good comments from me tonight, but the one that kept resonating with me was, for the most part, even with all the craziness over the years that I've been here a long time, in the police department, we basically do at some point trust and feel comfortable. That will all go away. And suddenly that focus becomes what we're hearing on citizens doing.
But second. This was found out in the code department, and I'm really happy to receive it in my area. Code is trying to go ahead and canvass certain areas, and we're letting everybody in that area know that the code department is going to be out there searching, and looking for certain things. That is a long overdue facility. Thank you, Code. Going back on the hot topic here. I'd like to hear what the number of police are going to be trained, how many officers? What is the cost to the village to fill in the missing police while the other ones are being trained? Will we still have the same number of police officers patrolling our streets? And also, what is the going to be the cost to our residents, taxpayers, for the cost of reporting the reporting requirements? Thank you.
Ron Cannon, let's turn it over to Sue. If you'd like to engage in public comment, please raise your hand. Once. Twice. Okay. All right, so we're going to close our public comment section right now. There are a lot of our personal things. We normally go to our commission for 5 comments. A lot of times we kind of defer because the items are discussion. We get to that as part of it. But I just like to go and say, first of all, thanks for being here, providing your comment to us. It's the second meeting in 2 weeks. We've got a lot of people here, and it's a really refreshing. Nice to see people here. You know, the substance of the discussion on the resolution regarding ICE. I know a couple of people have mentioned, you know, why is this on here? Why are we considering it? It's a state right. It's not a directive that you, I don't know if I'm saying it the right way, but it's not a directive that we get well. So just to make that other people that people understand, it's a state directive. They are required to get it. So you have to add it to get it fine. So that's why we haven't improved it by any means. So I just kind of wanted to visit that why. We'll have a discussion about it not very shortly. Or any other points that were made. Don't think there's any points. The rest of my comments I'll have the discussion when we get down to. So I'll go ahead and I will open it up to the rest of the discussion. Commission, Stephen, if there's any other specific reply comments.
Mr. Mayor, you prepared we sponsored this, being forced to us, and we have thought about it, and it's requires to get it, and we are launching the policy.
I want to thank all the residents for coming, this is about this second meeting in a row, we're having a lot of residents, I like seeing it, and I'll give my, comments at the end of it. But I want to again, thank you for all the residents who participated, this is the most important thing, that those who participated, so please don't continue to stop. Because we as commissioners have to be held accountable, and get public comments that they see the process. Do our job. Thank you.
So I think Mayor said it well. Thank you. It's a sensitive subject, especially sitting on this side. Speaking of, so I appreciate it.
So that item is coming up, and we'll be discussing it in commission. So I deferred, recall, our police presentations so we can for public comment. I appreciate you being patient with us, giving the residents an opportunity to speak here before you come up and join us. So if you wouldn't mind, I think now would be the time for you to come up. Which, again, thank you, gentlemen. And thank you.
So, Mayor, if I could, I'll allow Captain Avila to start off. We wanted to give you some information about our accreditation process and where we are on that. We touched briefly about it on last meeting, but we wanted to go in more depth today. As Captain Avila said before, he was going to bring in someone pro bono to look at our process, see where we're at, so that they could give you a report tonight. So I'll turn it over to Captain.
Okay, Mr. Mayor. Carlos Avila, Captain, Village of Biscayne Park Police Department. I had, like I said, the last meeting, I was gonna bring somebody in who actually said they would come in and assist me and checking to see if my evaluation of the department, as far as accreditation was concerned, whether I was accurate or not, and I'd rather have somebody independent take a look at it. It does this for a living on the side. He is also a commissioner for another sister city here in Dade County. And this is what he does. So, that said, who's, Marcos VM? Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Mayor, Commissioners, Mr. Attorney and Clerk, members of the community. So first, Mr. Mayor, let me commend you for putting constituents first. Anybody who comes before this dies, if they have to speak, well, let them wait. Residents come first, so kudos to you for doing that. I don't know you, but now I want to know you for doing that. So kudos to you and your colleagues in the dice. We don't do this job as elected officials, so we walk into a room and have people clap when we walk in. We do it for residents and residents' feedback. So it seems like you guys are doing a pretty good job. I could be wrong, but kudos to you. So my background is I'm a retired police lieutenant with the City of Sweetwater Police Department. Just a quick snapshot. I can give you guys some context. In 2013, the mayor of the City of Sweetwater was arrested by the FBI. There were several police officers and city officials who were arrested by the FBI. Our city was not in chaos. Sound familiar? I was then promoted to be city manager at the time during a very contentious time, at which point I fired and or arrested 52 city employees for corruption. So it was a very difficult time in Sweetwater. Right after that, they moved me to various assignments, major crimes, special operations, bureau commander, patrol commander, and then they handed me with accreditation. Throughout my career, accreditation is mostly, for sure, the most contentious and difficult thing I've ever had to do. But it took us 2 years, and we were able to achieve the coveted accreditation from the state of Florida CFA. The City of Sweetwater is not only accredited, but we've been reaccredited 3 times. very difficult to do. It involves buy-in not only from the police department, from the city, from staff, the manager, residents, but more importantly, through stewards of the city. I just want to give you guys some context. It's funny that I came today and that I have to speak after that contentious item about law enforcement. That part really sucks. Wish I didn't have to. It should have been another day. But coincidentally enough, you spoke about two items today. One, strategic planning, and that has to do with law enforcement, and CFA standards. So I conducted a forensic audit of your law enforcement organization. I basically looked in the underbelly of the agency, and I don't have good things to report. So first, I want to make this clear, this is not an attack on this dais, it's not an attack on this police department, and it's most certainly not an attack on constituents. I'm just here to give you, I'm here to call balls and strikes. Here to tell you what it is, and I hope you can appreciate it. You don't have a strategic plan in the police department. That's a requirement from CFA. So that chapter in itself, you can wipe that away. There was the city finance director, I think they're GMS. Paul was here. Excellent. Chapter 5 of the CFA mandates is fiscal activities. So that entire chapter, you don't qualify. So we're just gonna eliminate chapter 5 as well. So I went through every single chapter. Well, actually, that's not true. I stopped at chapter 6. You have 270 mandates by the state, and you haven't met one. Not one. It's also my understanding that you guys started the clock in August of last year. That clock is like an hourglass, and the CFA, and just to give members of the community some context of what CFA is, Commission for Florida Law Enforcement Accreditation. And it's basically a mandate by the Florida Department of Law Enforcement and the Criminal Justice Standards and Training Commission. There are 373 law enforcement organizations within the state of Florida. And basically what the state of Florida is trying to do since 1984 is to create standards in law enforcement. And it sounds like the community most certainly wants these standards met. Every single profession has standards. Attorneys have standards with the Florida bar. Firefighters have standards with accreditation. Accountants have standards, or as we like to call them, best practices. That's what accreditation is. So unfortunately, during this entire process, we were able to find, say like this, in every organization you have standard operating procedures, right? Okay, the Biscayne Park Police Department has 2 standard operating procedures, none of which have been issued to all the members of the agency. Therefore, you don't have standards. You don't have an organizational chart that's accurate. The general orders that were prepared in 2018. And those 2018 general orders have not been disseminated to the members of the agency. Moreover, they have not been codified by this dais. Any general orders have to be codified by the commission in order for you to be involved in best practices. So unfortunately, not only meeting one of the standards, there's 270 standards, you haven't met one. As a matter of fact, whoever created this actually got the address wrong to the police department. And I'm sorry, I've never seen anything like this. I'm currently doing the accreditation process for the city of Homestead. Municipality, out of the 34 municipalities in Miami-Dade County, the smaller municipalities have a tougher time doing accreditation, but I can tell you with great certainty that it is achievable, but it involves 100% buy-in.
Sorry, involved what?
I'm sorry, man. It involves 100% buy-in. All hands on deck. So you have to ask yourselves, number one, is this a community goal? If this is a community goal, we have to figure out on your list of priorities where you want it to be. My professional recommendation is you've already started the clock. I would strongly recommend that you contact CFA. Stop the clock, because you're not gonna make it. The only way that you would be able to do so is if you injected about, in my professional opinion, probably about $500,000, hiring 4 to 5 professionals doing just accreditation, not responding to law enforcement calls, not responding to constituent services or any other details within the organization, just doing accreditation and performing best practices and standards by CFA standards. I don't think that that's fiscally reasonable to do so. It doesn't mean that you can't contact the executive director of CFA and say, listen, we've had a change in leadership. We've had a reorganization in government. We're not prepared. They'll actually appreciate that. Because if you were to go through a mock assessment at this point, it would look horrible and it'd be a black eye on the village, and I don't think you want to do that. I think you want to do things properly, efficiently, and effectively. Now, I can tell you I have a great reputation in law enforcement. I charge for these services. I charge $125 an hour for these services, and I've been here for about 3 weeks. If it weren't for my friend Carlos Avila, who's a mentor in law enforcement, who's been a policeman almost as long as I've been alive, I would not be here. Give you some further context. I'm up for re-election. I should be knocking on doors right now. You guys know how important that is. But when my friend calls, I'm gonna come. So long as Carlos Avila is here, I'll be more than happy to come and give counsel, give advice, show you guys what needs to be done to get there. Carlos knows because he's been through this. He basically said, please do me a favor, come over here. So I'm sorry, I don't have anything positive to report. I can give you a report. I sat down with the manager. I can give you a report, but it's gonna be a 1-sentence report. You're not ready at all. Now, if you desire to do this, there is a process to do this. You can be methodical. There are 32 chapters. Give me 1 second. There are about approximately 32 chapters in CFA, and each chapter would take roughly about 3 weeks just to complete 1 chapter. And that's just getting what are called the proofs. I'll give you an example of what a proof is. Verifying that all members of the Biscayne Park Police Department are having their driver's license checked on a monthly basis. If that's the standard that this dais chooses, then we need to now show proof, creating a document, creating a directive, and then inputting into what's called Power DMS. You've already purchased a Power DMS system, which is a records management system, so you're ahead of the game. But whoever it was that started inputting all that data into Power DMS, it's the wrong data. So you just wasted time. So we gotta take all that data out. Your general orders were written wrong, and they weren't written by CFA standards. They have to be rewritten. The general orders that I wrote in the city of Sweetwater were 1,872 pages. You can ask me that question tomorrow. It's 1,872 pages, 44 chapters, 11 administrative orders. Because they came from these hands, don't ever forget it. You don't have any written directives. You don't have any administrative orders. There are processes to make the police department professional. And the reason why this was done by CFA is to create community engagement, trust, and for the community to realize that things are being done to standard. And right now, there's nothing being done to standard. I don't want to keep kicking a dead horse. I can, but I'd really rather not. But I'd love for you guys to ask questions and engaging questions so we can maybe move this thing forward.
Well, I very much appreciate your candor.
I'm accused of that all the time.
Listen, I don't want to be disrespectful to you and your time, because I'm glad that you're here with us, and I'm glad that we're getting this feedback. I do want to try and keep this as possible. It's 8:45, we have a lot left to do. I will, I will say, I'm disappointed because this is not the representation that we received, from some prior folks that were taking care of this. Or at least represented to us that they were taking care of it. You said, and this is very brief, you just want to understand the scope. 32 chapters, take about 3 weeks each. You haven't done any about.
So roughly, you haven't done one. I'll give you an example. In chapter 1, organization, at the bare minimum, it says to create an organizational chart. You have an organizational chart, but it's completely wrong. It involves 30 reserve officers that are, you have a dive team, you don't have a dive team, I mean, it's a lot.
So the reason I bring that up is because by my calculation, I don't know if that's math. But it looks like that's a year and third, a year and 4 months. To start finish, and if we don't have one of them, that's what we're looking at, you just start now. But let me ask you this, the implication of starting the clock and stopping the clock. We started the clock. When does that clock end? What is the significance of that clock?
It's a great question. So the standard for CFA, once you start the clock, gives you 24 months, 2 years. Yes.
Sorry, and you started this clock when?
August of last year.
All right, so we have a year and a half. Less.
You have a year and a half in a perfect world. If you have 3 people dedicated to just doing this, you get it done.
But that's the second part, is the dedication of resources that's gonna take you guys from 0 to 100 in a year and a half.
Yes, sir.
And I don't know, I think that the correct response to this is to ask, because we're talking about injection of funds and resources to get us to that point, which is already very taken. I think that this is something that the commission would need to basically have to take out and say, do we want to do that, or do we want to start over, and do we want to plan correctly with the right people in place? So that's not what we're doing. I'm just saying that's where my mind is going.
It's a great question. If I can add to that, but you mind?
Sure.
Yeah, it's a great question to ask. The reality is that you can do this and do it properly without being on the clock. So there is a plan of attack because Carlos Savio has already done this. It's not like he's never done this. You don't have to do this based on that clock. There's a way to do it. And I'm sure you guys can speak offline to get it done. Stop the clock, get it done properly, get ready. Make sure that if there are financial obstacles, those financial obstacles do have solutions that don't necessarily involve your budget.
So two quick questions on that point, very quick, I promise.
Take your time. I mean, I've been here and I take all the time you need.
No, I understand. I'm just trying to be respectful to the public, the commission, and the rest of the agenda that we have. The 2-year start and stop clock time.
Yes, sir.
Do you have to wait to the end of that period to be evaluated? If you start the clock and you say it's done it all, and you say, come on in, ready, at any point.
Yes.
Okay, and, okay, that makes sense. And you've done this?
Yes.
You have the knowledge. In your professional opinion,
Yes, sir.
what does the police service in the community gain from doing this process?
Well, the reason why the state of Florida created CFA was to standardize police departments. This creating professional standards in any industry is the pinnacle. You want to be able to have a police officer stop someone and have a professional policeman as opposed to, hey, give me your license. You want to have good morning, good evening, good afternoon. I am Officer Villanueva with the Biscayne Park Police Department. The body cameras turned on, you guys will have body cameras. You please produce your driver's license, registration, insurance. When you have that professionalism as a standard, I'll give you an example. In order to achieve anything, I think we can all agree training is required. The only job that doesn't have training is being a parent. They don't train you for that. But when you have sufficient training, the police department can mirror the exact type of policing that the community expects. And out of the 34 municipalities, you have different type of policing. We're not going to do the same policing in Biscayne Park that we do in Sweetwater or Liberty City or Miami Gardens or Alapata. Biscayne Park has its own culture, its own community,
and its way of conducting business. It's this diocese's job to make sure that they give leadership in the department the direction that you require of them. That's what standardizing law enforcement does. Now, you can stop the clock, and it's not a detriment to you, just stop it. Give the police department ample time to start preparing and getting ready, but in doing so, you also have other obstacles to achieve or overcome. You have minimum staffing issues where you only have 2 officers working the room. That is an officer safety issue. God forbid something happens, you can, at one point, you can change the name of Biscayne Park to the name of that office. You never want that to happen. So you guys need to start overcoming those challenges. And figuring out what type of policing you want. I can tell you from the city of Sweetwater aspect before accreditation, we were looked at as the laughing stock of Miami-Dade County law enforcement. If you were fired from an agency or you been arrested, go apply to Sweetwater, they'll hire you. Well, now we're the highest paid police department in Miami-Dade County in South Florida. And now, because of those accreditation pinnacles, we're able to achieve grant funding more than anybody because of the accreditation. We're able to get money and cars and weapons and computers and technology and license plate readers and a whole slew of things, all because of the accreditation process. So you guys have to decide. And if you decide not to go with CFA, I would strongly recommend against it. There are ways to do this. Carl Savio knows how to do this. He has a lot of friends in law enforcement where he can pull resources and we can come and help assist. So I hope I've given you a good picture of what it is that this is in CFA. Unfortunately, I do believe you were misled. I wasn't here for that. I don't know what was said. I'm using the words that came out of your mouth. But if you had a mock assessment today from CFA, they would leave in the first 10 minutes. They would say you're not prepared to leave.
Understood. Well, I've monopolized the time, so I'm gonna turn it over to the commission to answer questions. I appreciate you being here. Appreciate the commission.
Thank you, sir.
First off, thank you for your time, thank you for volunteering your time, and your time is valuable, and the service to the village, by telling us how it is. Again, I appreciate your honesty. Most of my questions were answered, but I just want to say thank you. The one question I would have is the timeline, you said 2 years, and if we move that goal of 2 years, you have to dedicate the officer. Could our structure, the way we have it now, attain this, or would there always have to be a hiring of extra admin staff to attain accreditation?
I'm gonna answer this question. Normally, the way government works, you turn to the department head, you have an answer, but you don't even have a department head right now. So if you don't have a department head, you're not gonna change, you're not gonna achieve accreditation. The proper way of achieving accreditation is having the right personnel in place. There are agencies that have civilian staff that just perform accreditation duties. But there has to be an accreditation committee within the command staff. There has to be delegation of authority. You can't just have one person running around like a chicken with their head cut off doing it. There is involvement from the diocese, from the manager's office, from the finance department. There's a lot of data that needs to be compiled. The strategic plan itself involves the entire city. If you guys don't have a strategic plan. So to answer your question, if you were to stop the clock right now, it would not be a negative. It would be a positive thing. You're admitting you're not ready. You can go ahead, stop the clock, start getting your standards met. And by doing so, you can have a strategic planning session to look at your manpower, to look at your minimum staffing, and figure out, okay, in a perfect world, we're gonna have this rank structure, and we're gonna have, let's say, one person dedicated to this, doing nothing else. If you do that, you can start a process by building your written directives, your standard operating procedures. If you look at just in that structure, just guesstimating, you'd probably be there at about a year, and then you can start the clock. Now, if you're ready, and I've seen this done where an agency has gone ahead and stopped the clock, they went ahead, they got through the process, they got everything good to go, they contacted for a mock assessment 6 months later. They passed the mock assessment, went to the actual assessment of CFA has went to the actual commission where all of you and community members can go to the commission meeting. It's a huge meeting. Law enforcement agencies around the state of Florida and sheriffs and whatnot. And it says a lot when you have the mayor and the commissioners standing behind the chief of police and the rank and file of police department community members. That's community engagement, that's buy-in. So to answer your question, is it possible? Yes. You can do it being fiscally conservative, you don't have to just throw a big check at it. But like I said, I'm only here because of Carlos Avila. He's done it before, so he's got a roadmap. I don't know how to cook. Be a mechanic, but I know this, and most of the stuff I learned from him, so. You got a good guy here.
Thank you. What I hear is that we're, even in best case scenario, we're gonna have some buy-in of an additional staff officer, who, that's all they do. That's what I need to hear this. Can we go to our current, if we have a police chief that's succeeded, can we do it now, or do we need to allocate staff to that? It's a new staffing person.
Great question, and the way your current rank structure is now, it'd be very, very, very difficult. You should hire a few more officers just to plug in your minimum staffing and dedicate one person who's capable of just doing this. And however the police command staff wants to structure that, that's fine. There are other ways of doing it where you contract services. I do that for the city of Homestead. I'm not here asking for a contract. Please, I want to make that abundantly clear. But there are certain ways to achieve that goal. There are certain funding sources that can be tapped and allocated to achieve that goal. Just making sure that you guys don't supplant funds. And I'm sure you guys know exactly what I mean by supplanting funds. But there's a way to achieve them, to answer your question, yes. Just not with your current structure.
All right. Okay. All right. So thank you for giving us that truth. I appreciate you. I think you've made it very clear that we have people on board and know about the process and how to get there. I'll tell you, I've been here for 2.5 years and I've been told we're in accreditation since I started. So to hear that is disappointing, not because of what it meant to do, and a lot of people talk about it, but when some taxpayers' money goes behind it. So what would you say? Because today I spoke about data-driven decisions, and that's usually what I'm asking. Can you show me instead of telling? We've heard so many people telling us a lot of things, and I want to see it. So in your perspective as a commissioner, you've been a commissioner yourself.
I'm a senior commissioner who are been a great dude.
So you know that, this also requires you to ask the right questions.
Trust and verify.
So that is what I'm trying to get. How do we ask those questions to understand where we are in the accreditation process? What sort of tools do we have at hand to request from management so that we are providing data that specifies where we are instead of we're doing great, we just need $35,000 in equipment here and there. The org chart and changes to what we show, and we spend hours talking instead of seeing.
So that's the best question that the diocese has. Your job as a legislator of the city, as a steward of the city, is trust and verify. Don't tell me, show me. The very best way that I have learned is whenever I have a project or we're talking about development and just to give you some context, we're doing $2 billion worth of development just in this fiscal year. And we're talking about impact and concurrency fees. We're rebuilding the FIU bridge that collapsed because some knucklehead decided to not do their job and kill 6 people. I don't know anything about engineering. I don't know anything about stress tests. So I ask those questions, and when I ask, show me. And give me an example, and let me see a document. Show me what you're doing. What'd you do last week? And I become that pest. I become that mosquito that just won't go away. And then they realize that they can't be us. So unfortunately, politicians get lied to every day. And unfortunately, when you're told, you go ahead and disseminate that information to your constituents, and then your constituents call you a liar. Because you were lied to, you were misled. I can give you 100 examples of how we are not prepared, and I have a suggestion. And if the manager will indulge me, I'd be more than happy to come back and give you a workshop. And I can go standard by standard by standard by standard to prove that you were lied to. Now, I can do that, Carlos can do that in his sleep. You don't need me to do it. I'd rather not come back for free, and I'm not asking for a job. I got a campaign to do. But that's the best question asked.
Yeah.
In your organizational chart, it's not been disseminated to officers. I looked at a personnel file today, not the last person hired, because that was Carlos. The person before that, I said, show me the personnel file, and show me the quartermaster report. When they issue equipment and uniform and badge, or they have to sign for everything. And I said, show me where they signed for the written directives. We don't have written directives. Show me where they're signed for standard operating procedures. Nothing. Show me where they signed for their badge. Nothing. Or their identification card. Nothing. Your standard operating procedures manual is one thing. Your state statute book, that's the Bible at law enforcement. They don't even issue state statute books. So it's kind of like, hey, here are the keys to the car, jump in the car, and drive around. Look, that's Jimmy, he likes the water's line at 7. Oh, that's Katie, don't bother her, leave her alone, she's having a bad day. But there's no standardized law enforcement professional standard here where you have a field training officer manual, where you're gonna go around the vehicle and you're gonna do a vehicle equipment check, you're gonna check the tires, you're gonna check to make sure that everything's functioning, you're gonna make sure you go into the back seat that there's no narcotics left. Can you imagine you arrest somebody and you check the back seat, there's narcotics, and now you pin it on that subject when that narcotics been there for 5 days? You don't have a standard for that. So how does it better your police department? You're protecting people. Not everybody that goes to jail is bad. The great majority of people that get arrested are not bad, they just messed up, they did something silly. They broke the law. But you have to have law enforcement with a heart, and you have to have standards, and you have to have command staff that are gonna train and eloquently train the rank and file of how this village expects them to perform their services.
Thank you.
Mayor, can I say something?
Yeah.
So when I got here, Mayor, and I just to follow up on Commissioner Ansler's question, which I thought also was an excellent question. So when I got here, some red flags had come up, which I saw right away, which one of them was, we're going to the accreditations conference. That's a whole week at Sanibel Island. And we're sending the village manager goes, the police chief goes, and 2 captains go. That was a red flag for me right away. You don't send the village manager. You don't send the police chief. You send one person, your accreditation manager. That's who goes and comes back and presents a report to the police chief and to the commission of what went on, what he learned, and what came out of that conference. That was the first red flag for me. The second red flag for me is when we were asked to send assistance to Tampa after the hurricane. We sent 4 officers for a small village like this. I was in Doral. We didn't send anybody. We said we don't have staff. We're short. We're not sending anybody when we were requested. My son went, he works for Miami-Dade County. Yeah, they're a large agency. They were able to send somebody. The Village of Biscayne Park is a very small agency. We sent 4 officers, and they were captains, high-ranking officers, and they got paid 24 hours a day. That was another red flag to me. Why are we paying them 24 hours a day? I started asking all these questions. And then what happened? I was the bad guy. I was the one that was trying to remove the police chief. I was the one that had ulterior motives. I was going to bring in my son. I was going to bring in Miami-Dade County to take over the police department by asking those hard questions. And that's what happened. And I even told you, some of you, I told you, you're being lied to, and you didn't believe it. I think if I got up there, you wouldn't believe it. I think if Captain Affleck got up there, you wouldn't believe it. I'm glad we had to bring in somebody from the outside to say, look what's going on here. You know, it's unfortunate. I'm embarrassed by this. I'm a resident. I've lived here for 40 years. I'm embarrassed by this. You know, it's, you know, I thought we got past this, but we haven't got past this. And I hope in the future, you know, that we've got some very hard, dedicated, committed officers here that deserve better, you know. And this, I've talked to some of our directors. We spent $5,000 to send people to this conference in Sanibel Island. There's directors here that every year go to training. They're paying for it out of their own pocket. They're sleeping on somebody's couch in Orlando because we didn't pay for their conference. They're paying for their own gas, you know. And then we have these officers that are going, you know, your command staff that was going, you know, off our dime. So, you know, I'm sorry, Mr. Mayor, but I think I had to say this tonight and to let everybody know exactly what has been going on since I've been here in the last 6 months. And I've been trying to fix it and trying to do the right thing. And I'm glad that this accreditation, we were putting money in the budget for accreditation, but we are, everybody wants accreditation. I don't think anybody doesn't want accreditation. And as you heard, it's great for be great for the village. It can be great for the department, but we're a long way off. We've got to do a lot of other things before we can get there, but that's where we're at.
Well, I appreciate the follow through with this. The folks that need to look into it and tell us what things look like. It's kind of tough truth sometimes, but it's important that we hear it. So I think what's appropriate at this point is that we move this to discussion item for, you know, I'd like to see it on our May meeting to bring this up again, have a better discussion with our department, with our folks, based on the information that we received, which was very helpful. And I appreciate you taking time out of your evening with us. And, looking at this on a, you know, as mentioned, pro bono that. So I think that's probably the best next move, because, you know, a lot said, I don't really know what he said tonight. I think it's discussion unless there's anything else that provides.
No, so I just wanted to say that second opinion. That and like the rest.
I'm glad that you brought in I'm glad that you followed through on this. So thank you to all of you, thank you to management for already being here and providing this insight. Okay,
Thank you, Roderick.
thank you. Have a good evening. All right, so we move the remainder of our reports to the following resolution calendar. The first resolution calendar is a consent agenda. So our consent, we move the remainder of the report after the first resolution. Yep, that's right. So let's go ahead and take a look at the amended consent agenda. Do I have a motion to second to approve the consent agenda as amended? Motion to approve. We all in favor of approval? I'd just like to thank John and our Andreas for volunteering to be on the Parkway board. I'm glad that they're appointed and helping the board operate functions. So thank you both. All right, so we have 3 resolutions remaining on the discussion, 2 that were removed consent, 1 on the rules and procedures, 1 on the debris removal, and no better way to say it is the agreement with ICE. The agreement with ICE. I think that the resolution 2025-19, the memorandum agreement with ICE, I think that's probably going to take up the majority of our discussion time. And given that we're now 10 after 9, I'd actually like to take that one up first. If the commission would agree to do that. 2025-19, approving memorandum of agreement with ICE. I'd like to address that one first. Yeah, oh, we're good. So let's do that. Yeah, sure.
So, Mayor, if I could, we'll just give you a little background, as you said, that we didn't go out seeking this, agreement or it was sent to us.
Yes.
And, the city attorney can give you his background, but his dealings with other cities, he knew about this. And spoke with the police department directly about putting it on the agenda. I was following the news about it. I asked if you look at my cover memo, it gives a detailed report about what other cities were doing, what Miami-Dade County was doing. Miami-Dade County adopted it. We were reluctant to put this on the agenda. The city of Coral Gables, the police chief, directly signed the agreement without the mayor commission's approval on it. There was a lot of backlash about that. We weren't gonna do that. We're gonna bring it before you for your review and for your input. And I'll turn it over to the village attorney because I know he has an extensive background on it.
Okay, well, thank you, Mr. Ridley, appreciate that. Before we do that, Brad, would you mind reading the resolution for us? Yeah. Please.
Yes. A resolution of the Village Commission of the Village of Biscayne Park, Florida, authorizing the village manager and the chief of police to execute a memorandum agreement between the Village of Biscayne Park Police Department and the United States Immigration and Customs Enforcement, otherwise known as ICE, to authorize and train certain village police officers to perform certain functions of an immigration officer under the direction and supervision of ICE, authorizing the city manager and the police chief to execute said agreement and do all things necessary in furtherance of this resolution and providing for an effective date.
Okay, thank you, Brad. Do I have a motion to approve, so we can go into discussion?
Make a motion to. Make a motion to.
You have a second? Okay, so let's move into discussion. Okay, so Brad, apologies, you were going to give us the background, I suppose.
Well, I can let you know that as far as I know, ICE has not reached out individually to law enforcement agents. What they did is through the Florida Sheriff's Association and the Florida Police Chiefs Association, which most, if not all, Florida sheriffs and or Florida police chiefs are members. They disseminated these agreements with explanations, did not provide any legal advice, because obviously they couldn't do that. And basically provided the mechanism, the agreements themselves and the mechanisms for police agencies to move forward with the execution of these agreements. What's precipitated this, just so everybody's aware of the history of this, the President Trump had executed an executive order, which basically, in a nutshell, encouraged immigration officials and ICE and the Department of Homeland Security, which ICE is under, to seek the cooperation of local law enforcement agencies to assist the Department of Homeland Security and ICE in immigration enforcement. That was not a mandatory requirement that was created by the president in his executive order, but it was an encouragement. It's essentially what it was. And his order also suggested or encouraged that local law enforcement agencies would participate in Homeland Security. Shortly after that executive order, there was a special session in the legislature in which was proposed by the governor of the state of Florida, in which the legislature came out with several amendments to chapter 908 Florida statutes, which deals with immigration issues. One of the amendments, I should back up. There was always a provision in the Florida statute that's been there for quite some time, I think since 2017, if I remember correctly, where there was a provision in which I just want to make sure I have it. Where there was a definition of what a sanctuary policy is for a city to propose or have with regards to immigration policy. And there was in 2017, the state passed legislation essentially prohibiting municipalities from becoming sanctuary cities or sanctuary municipalities. They recently amended that this year in the special session that I was talking about, in which they changed the definition, or at least part of the definition, to a sanctuary policy. And what they ultimately did, and I'm trying to, it's complicated what they did, so I'm trying to give you a nutshell version of what they did. But what they ultimately did is created some penalties and enforcement mechanisms to try to gain compliance from municipalities with regards to cooperation with ICE and these 287 agreements. So essentially from, this is not my interpretation, and I'll be more than happy to share with you my interpretation of the statute if you want my interpretation. But I can tell you that the governor and the attorney general's interpretation of the statutory amendments that were passed by the legislature basically are that municipalities are required by state statute to enter into these 287 agreements with ICE. And if they do not enter into these 287 agreements with ICE, the governor and or the attorney general can initiate a court proceeding in which the court would have to, if they find that you haven't done this, that they would either enter a declaratory judgment or an injunction, conjunctive relief, in which they would order you to enter into these agreements. And if you refuse to do it at that point, basically the collegial body could be held in contempt by the courts and suffer whatever the penalties are. Contempt, which is anything from a fine to big jail, which is what I think the criminal penalties would impose criminal penalties coming into play. The other interpretation from the AG and from the governor's office is that there's also a provision in the Florida Constitution where the governor can remove municipal officers from office, and it's the governor and the attorney general's opinion that that if you do not enter into these agreements, that the governor has the authority to remove either elected officials or appointed municipal officials for not entering into this agreement. That is the interpretation of the governor and the attorney general. It's laid out in a correspondence that one of the residents had mentioned earlier, where the city of Fort Myers was presented with the same agreement. Their collegial body decided to vote it down and not enter into the agreement. Shortly after that, they got a letter from the attorney general's office directed to the city council, telling them exactly the penalties that I just laid out for you. And it precipitated a special meeting being held by the Fort Myers City Council, and they reversed their opinion and into the agreement so that they wouldn't be subject to the attorney general at the possible penalties for not entering into that agreement. Many agencies or municipalities have signed these agreements based on that same interpretation. South Miami, the city of South Miami took a different route. They decided to file suit. They did this past Thursday night. They filed suit up in the circuit court in Tallahassee. They named both the governor and the attorney general as defendants in that suit. And they basically, the basic argument, they have two basic arguments that it relates, and I'm gonna keep it to this agreement, what their arguments are, but they have two basic arguments that they made. And I will tell you, you haven't asked me, but I'll tell you anyway. In my opinion, I've read the complaint. I think there's some merit to this South Miami's argument, so I will tell you that. But argument one that they made is, and I'll read it to you. So in Florida Statute 908.102, paren 6D, it says a sanctuary policy means a law, policy, procedure, practice, or custom adopted or allowed by a state entity or local government entity which prohibits or impedes a law enforcement agency from complying with 8 USC section 1373, or which prohibits or impedes a law enforcement agency from communicating or cooperating with a federal immigration agency so as to limit law enforcement agency in or prohibit the agency from, and subsection D says participating in any program or agreement authorized under section 287 of the Immigration and Nationality Act, excuse me, section 8 USC, 8 USC, section 1354, as required by Florida statute 908.11. Now, the interesting thing about that is that last phrase is what the legislature added to that section, which is the section that says, I'm sorry, which, as required by section 908.11. If you look at Florida statute 908.11, which is what is just one of the recent amendments, what it basically says is that a sheriff or chief correctional officer operating a county detention facility must enter into a written agreement with Immigration and Customs Enforcement to participate in the immigration program established under 287G of the Immigration and Nationality Act. I can go on, but the reason why I say that's important, because that's essentially what the city of South Miami and the CERT is, that by virtue of that amendment, what the legislative intent was is the mandatory requirement to enter into these 287G agreements was only applies to sheriffs who are running detention facilities and chief correctional officers who are entering into detention facilities. That's the nutshell of their main argument. The other argument that they're making is the Florida Constitution has a very specific provision in it with regards to the governor's ability to remove municipal elected officers or appointed officers. And the authority that's a statute, the authority that the governor and the attorney general claim they have under the statute, according to the lawsuit, exceeds the governor's authority for removing municipal elected officials and municipal officers. So that's essentially what their argument is in South Miami. However, as I stated, that's not the governor's position. That's not the attorney general's position is as far as their interpretation. And I honestly cannot advise you what, if any, position or action that the governor or the attorney general may take against the village or this commission if we were to vote again. I don't know. There's no way for me. I can only tell you what I've seen so far, which is the communication that was delivered to the former city council, and what the attorney general claimed was the ramifications for their denial of order from the offer of the assignments to me.
Okay, Brad, thank you, very thorough. So I have a couple of questions for you. On several of those points. You and I had a discussion about potential declaratory action. Declaratory action is a lawsuit where you're asking the court to sign a matter of law.
Which is what South Miami is brought.
Which is what's correct. Now, but I'm talking it kind of in the opposite direction. That action, if and when that action will be filed by the state against the village for voting this down. What was your, we talked about whether that such litigation would be covered under our insurance policy. And it's the, I guess, initial opinion the carrier said no.
So unfortunately, that's a conversation we had today, and I did reach out to our broker, had a discussion with him about it. His initial opinion, well, let me preface it by saying it's something he would have to run up the chain. He would probably have to get a coverage opinion from the insurance carriers council on this. But the initial opinion was that they would not cover the village. They would not provide representation to the village because you basically have an interpretation of state law which mandates, again, not my words, just an interpretation coming from the governor and the attorney general, which mandates the village to execute this agreement. And that by virtue of this legal body refusing to comply with their interpretation of the statute, they're likely not going to cover the litigation. So it would cost the village, whatever the cost would be, to defend that deck action or injunctive relief. That would be brought, against the village if the village were to refuse to execute this.
Okay, understood. Sure.
What does it look like in terms of money while we're talking about this? What does it mean? What does it mean?
Defending a deck action costs the village anywhere from say 10,000 to 25,000, maybe more, depending on what.
Depending on the rates.
Depending on the rates,
I would imagine it would be fun.
I'm trying to be very conservative. It could be much more expensive. Our firm is certainly equipped to do that. The other option you would have possibly is, and if I was so directed, I can certainly do this. The firm of Weiss Serota has reached out, is representing the city of South Miami. You could approach them, and ask them if you can join in the lawsuit. And, what they've done in the past, I don't know what they would, I don't want to speak for them, but in the past, when there's been similar litigation, for instance, remember the 46 disclosure that you had to do. Weiss Serota was the firm that represented various municipal entities, and they opened that up to any other municipality that wanted to join the suit. And at that time, they were asking for $10,000 from anybody to join us. So I'm not speaking for Weiss Serota. I can't speak for them. It could be more today. It might be, but I doubt it's any less. And then, if you want me to go on, we talked about several things. So I don't know if you want me to keep going.
Well,
I'll let you take the lead.
I want to segment some of this stuff.
Yeah.
A couple of items you mentioned that I wanted to follow up on. Yeah. What if any have you, if you know, what if any municipal support or interest in joining that South Miami Suit Heavy Park?
I'm not aware of any of this.
Okay. One of the arguments, and now I want to ask you two quick questions about the AG. One of the arguments that you mentioned that was made in the lawsuit, it was the first one, it's under sub 6 of the statute, talking about adopting a policy. For any municipality adopting a policy.
Right.
Can you just read that first portion of that?
Sanctuary policy, well, and it's one of their arguments, and I know where you're going.
Yeah.
But sanctuary policy means a law, policy, practice, procedure, or custom adopted or allowed by a state entity or a local government entity, which prohibits or impedes a law enforcement agency from complying.
And so, based on your reading of the AG opinion, the letter, I guess it's not an AG opinion.
It's not, it was a correspondence.
Right,
with
it's a letter.
City
It's not-
council.
It's not an official AG.
Right.
It's a letter. I
But you
want to
know
say it's
what
not
the-
official, I don't want to say that because I don't. Right. Did that letter opine on that argument?
That letter does not opine on any of the arguments that were brought forward by.
Because it was after the letter was issued.
Yes, the letter is very, very short and to the point for the most part. It basically cites to the statutes. And just basically says that by their failure to agree to enter into that agreement. That they are considered a sanctuary city under Florida statute. There's a prohibition against sanctuary cities under Florida law. And that they're subject to the penalties, potentially to the penalties that I discussed earlier.
Okay, it doesn't track the language of that specific statute.
No.
Okay. The AG opinion,
correspondence.
Sorry, excuse me, correspondence.
I don't think we want to seek an AG opinion.
No.
I think we know what we would get, so.
Yeah, I understand. The letter. One of the issues that was raised, by someone, during public comment, and one of the things that you and I had discussed was the fact that our police service is in a transition period. And no disrespect to our acting chief, we do not have a permanent person in that role right now. And we've just heard that we're lacking some procedures. So,
Many.
Does the letter opine in any way about a municipal police service not having the appropriate staff or permanent staff or procedures in order to adopt such a policy?
It does not. It doesn't address any of these issues.
I'm just asking.
Yep. I feel like I'm being cross-examined. No, I don't. No, it's okay.
And I apologize to everyone that's listening because it's getting very technical, so my apologies.
Yeah, and Mr. Mayor, if I
Yeah.
could, when we were first exploring this, we actually reached out to them to see if we were a small agency, and we asked, hey, since we're a small agency, will we be exempt from this? And they said no.
Who said it?
So I think it was, I'll have to look back at whoever had sent some correspondence to us, but I'll forward those emails to you.
Okay, they said no because we are small or no because we are not currently staffed.
For every agency, for every police agency, had to enter into this, yeah.
But they didn't opine specifically
No.
on the status of that police services, level of staffing and procedure.
No.
So is this something again, Robert?
I have to look back exactly who it was.
Okay, okay, I can appreciate that, thank you.
That was my number one thing, my number two thing, around this, it's really, we are not in the best circumstances to take this happening anyway. Not having a current chief of police, we have an interim chief of police, we have an interim manager. We have 2 ongoing investigations. We have now been accredited. In any way you look at this, saying yes to something like this is detrimental to the trust of residents, us in terms of safety, in terms of protocol. I mean, we just heard someone say, you don't have professionals patrolling. How are we moving forward? Even if there is education to be provided and training to be provided, when we don't have an org chart. We literally just, last week, for the first time, so it's happened, and again, it's an interim transition leadership that we're on to take on this task. So I think, in my opinion, we're not any even close level to what we should be to take anything like this on. I'm talking about 1.5 years, this gentleman was telling us. I'm talking about later on, maybe even thinking about how to put it in perspective. So for me, as a pharaoh, was a mandatory thought because we are just not in a position for implementation whatsoever. If anything, pushing for a mandate for implementation when we don't have anything is a complete, how do you say it, a disgust to a disservice to what we could build. We're in the current process of rebuilding a leadership. And what it would look like in implementation for approaching residents and doing their day-to-day. I mean, we talked today about what trust means. For police officers that, been working with us for some time, but we have a new acting captain, we have again, interim chief of police, all this stuff is reasons, we haven't finalized a structure that can move forward. So that's one thing.
I just have 2 more questions that
Sure.
I know the answer, but I'm asking.
Go ahead.
Discussing. Does the AG's letter give for any reason enforcement of this or lack of resources? Lack of resources to enable you to enact this type of policy, right?
It doesn't address any of those.
I'm checking the boxes, right? Because these are.
Right, I get it.
And do we know, forgive me if it was in there, we missed it, but do we know, and this might be a question people do we know the officer, not the specific named officer, but who in the department would be allocated to do these things? Is it a full-time officer?
Yeah, it would have to be a full-time officer. I think the agreement says you have to have at least 2 years of experience within the on the road So that limits the number of officers already that would qualify for this.
Remind me.
But,
Sorry, go ahead.
but yeah, and I'm speaking to the, acting chief and the captain, we just don't have personnel, and that was the other thing, when we learned about this, we asked about the training. The training used to be, you went 4 weeks to, South Carolina or North Carolina, to their training institute, and you know, that would be a tremendous expense for the village. But now they changed that, it's on online training. 40 hours of online training, but still, that, you know, that's an expense, but I don't see us more than 1 or 2 officers that we would, commit to this.
And remind me, so we're all aware, how many full-time officers we have on the agent?
And there's 2 at night and, about 4 during the day. Right.
So we have short officers. Okay. Okay. All right, I mean, that answers my questions. So, I'm sorry, I've had like that. So my apologies. So, I certainly welcome your thoughts.
I know a lot of what Commissioner Haynes said, but still doesn't seem like it's the best interest of the village. It seems like it's what we are capable of doing right now with our current services. At least we just saw, I just heard from our police forces in no shape to be taking on extra responsibilities. And frankly, I don't appreciate the force to do this with, you know, with taking time to ask it. I recognize that's basically the situation that we're in. Don't like it at all. I think that 5 of us, if you're missing one tonight, should make the best decision for fiscal harm.
Richard?
I think everybody, because I think we should respond. If we know what the answer is, and just follow up, you know, continue to discuss this. Respond. I think we know what the answer is. So,
Any other questions or comments, Commissioner? Before we move on.
No, I think we talked about.
Okay.
I think we talked about everything, at least the main questions that I had about this. It seems like there's not much we can do, but I think the decision for what I hear from all of us here is we're not ready. We don't have the appropriate staff. We don't have the appropriate leadership. We don't have the appropriate standards in place, SOPs in place in order to provide this. So, you know, any other question is in the side, and to Ryan's point, I mean, we were elected with the idea of position. We are here, nothing but opposition to it. And this is regardless of the current circumstances we're in. So it just doesn't serve any of the purposes, one for representation and the other one for accountability, which just doesn't seem the right moment regardless. So in any way, just following what the constituents are saying, you know, it would be a no, but and even more, I think it's a dangerous path to take, is to say yes, under the circumstances we've heard today. From professionals living in the law enforcement business for 40 years. Here and there, we're not even ready. And he's down one officer and what it would mean to train people. I just.
So I think one of the reasons, or I think kind of the crux of the argument right now is that we are not appropriately staffed. We don't have the appropriate people in place. We don't have the right leadership in place. We don't have the resources in place. So until such a time that we feel that we met those levels, I don't know that we can make a decision on this. So it sounds to me like we don't have much of a choice but to defer until a later time. I don't know if that's a motion to defer or a motion to table.
well, I think you have a, sorry, you have a procedurally, you have a motion on the floor to approve it.
Okay.
So you would have to, at this point, you would have to either vote, you have to vote on that motion. Yes, I don't know any other way to do it.
Well, we can move from that.
Yeah, yes, you can.
All right, so,
So somebody needs to make an intervene. Well, actually, I'm sorry, let me actually rephrase that. I think it's not that good. A motion to defer would be a, intervening motion, which would be made by the rules.
Okay.
So therefore, somebody can make a new motion to defer, which is an intervening motion. And make it second and half. It, serves as deferring to the original motion. Okay.
Before we do that, can you give your opinion on the statute, or what would happen to the village if we did not act on this, if we delayed?
So
I just asked for a point of clarification, I do delay in that you just
I
decided.
just want to make sure we're not opening this up to any litigation from.
I can only give you, there's no authority. Let me start by that first, and that, no statutory authority, there's no case law that I'm basing this on. And so, and I've already, already laid out that I think there's some issues with the way that the legislation is passed. But the exact words that I've read to you earlier from the statute, the prohibition, which would make you a quote unquote sanctuary municipality by statute, is if you either prohibit or impede a law enforcement agency from complying with this regulation. So I guess, don't know if you want a further answer than that.
I think we got what I don't think we should defer this, I think we should just hold on. I think we got what this commission, and what I'm hearing everybody talking about, what they believe their vote should be. I don't think we should just defer, I think that we should have the guts to vote on it. It's what we believe in vote, and then accept the consequences that come after. Deferring it is not gonna do any good, just gonna pass it down the time. And it's gonna make the meeting more. If you're against it, vote against it, for it, vote for it, it's, you know. Deferring it is not going to stop the problem, it's just gonna postpone.
Well, I think it's important for us to remember two different responsibility to the village. The community that we don't knowingly and openly subject them to litigation for which we have an opinion, or at least an initial opinion from our carrier that they will not provide us.
You don't think that by deferring, you know, doing people say.
I don't think deferring fits into the definition of statute law. But it does. We're not taking an overt action, we're simply saying we are not properly staffed, we don't have proper resources, we don't have proper leadership at this time to take this out. I guess we'll see. But I think taking the other approach, I think there's a far more I don't know, certain answer to taking that up.
What was there a motion to defer?
Not yet.
I think that also there is a path. And the steps that say, and what we're saying, and really understand that the complete, that we're put in. And, if it is a yes or no, I think that would already would happen. But the reality is that we are in a current situation of transition that we need to be very considerate about. And we just heard about a year and a half for accreditation to even happen, because it has not had it in, so. And there might not be, but a year and a half until leadership is in place and all our check is in place. So we have zero visibility right now as to what that would look like. So the fairness seems like the next step, that is as definitive as it sounds yes or no. It's just worth explaining the fact that we are one to consider that one way forward. It's otherwise, it's just,
And the way we do landscape will change very soon.
Attorney, you know, do we have any idea, Mr. Attorney?
I'm listening, sir.
I'm sorry, do we have any idea if we defer that if this will go against us either way? I mean,
Can't really answer the question. Don't know. No way for me to know. I mean, what you're asking me, the question you're asking me is how would the governor or the attorney general interpret a deferral? Right? And I have nothing to base that, so I don't know.
I think that the conclusions of the commission are such that we feel that there are reasonable grounds based on the resources, based on the items that we discussed here today, that there are reasonable grounds for this time. Because we're not aired from the staffing standpoint, the research standpoint, doing anything about it now. And for all we know, the legal landscape may change one way or the other very soon. So that's the way that I'm viewing it, that we have a reasonable grounds to be doing this way, because we are concerned about the community, and we're concerned about the leadership in our community right now. And that's our directive. Our directive is to our community. So I think that's the conclusion. Looks like we understand it. So having said that, was there an interview motion that someone's going to propose?
I get interview motion for 30 seconds.
You have a second?
Second.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Okay. Well, when do we think would be a reasonable time to reconsider based on the efficiency that we've all just discussed?
Well, we would just open as concerned.
But I'm sorry, go ahead. Finish your thought.
No, I was just thinking, go ahead.
I was actually gonna ask the manager, could you remind us the timeline for the search for a police chief?
So
What, 2 months?
no, so that was gonna be my report. We had closed yesterday. We have some 18 applicants.
Okay.
I'm in the process of appointing the committee. And then hopefully they'll schedule sometime in the upcoming couple of weeks to meet the initial meeting to review the applications and make a determination on who they want to interview from that 18 list, those 18. I don't think that we're going to interview all 18.
Okay.
And then establish the questions, and then we'll go from there.
Okay, so
I thought in the last commission, meeting, they decided the police chief was not gonna be selected until, go through a process we kept talking about, but wasn't gonna be selected until the new city manager was selected.
I think that the conclusion of the commission fine with that, we appreciate the process that was put in place, and that we let the process go. And then if and when the manager position changes, they'll address it at that point. But I think that the commission voted to say to allow the process to continue, because there's still some time left before that decision was made. So based on that, I'd say June would probably be the first time.
Yeah. Because that is in correlation to we just opened the position for the intern as well.
Right.
So there's a couple of combined searches happening. All interviews and all, I think that's fair.
June's a minimum because you have to.
Right.
These chiefs
Time
come in.
onboarding and there's,
Stand on the ground and understand his staff and how they.
yeah, there's still a lot to do, but that's probably a starting point, because we may have a better understanding of leadership position with that. So the June commission meeting, that's consensus?
Yes.
Okay, so that concludes that resolution. I know we don't have a whole lot of time, but let's try and get to our last two resolutions. The first resolution dealt with the 2025-18, if I'm not mistaken, it's the rules and procedures resolution.
That should be good.
Okay, so before we get started though, Brad, could you please read the resolution on this on record for 2025-18?
A resolution, of the Village Commission of the Village of Biscayne Park, Florida, amending of the commission meeting and agenda procedures adopted by the commission via resolution number 2024-18 by amending section 1A, regular meeting notice to require at least 7 calendar days notice of a special meeting to each commission member and the public, with the exception of emergencies, and section 8, approval of minutes to require commission meetings to be provided to the village commission for approval during the next regular scheduled village commission meeting, authorizing the village manager to do all things necessary in furtherance of this resolution, providing for an effective date.
Thank you, Brad.
And if I may, Mr. Before this vote, there was a scrivener's error on, if you look at section 1D, which is the notice requirement, I had crossed off special. That was not intended, so that section should be notice of all regular proclamation, workshop and special meeting.
Okay. Thanks, Brad.
Can I ask something related to what you just read? Brad, so in this resolution that you just read, you said with the except of emergencies on section A of the ordinance. But the text, if you open the resolution itself, it's not only emergency, but urgency as well. So I have a couple of items. So the first one was the same one that the attorney just noted. The second one, yes, that's the change you requested, coming from the minutes, so we have to be put in, the following meeting. But overall, I wanted to highlight that the,
Commissioner, sir, before you go to our, we have a motion to approve, so we can discuss.
Motion
Do we have a second?
second,
Okay, good.
And that would be as to amend
As amended, based on, yes, based on, that's fine, sorry.
it says all agenda items including materials before the agenda items are submitted to the village attorney. I'm reading on point 4 of the resolution. There is the last sentence over there. It says matters of an urgent or emergency nature may be presented to the commission without strictly complying with its requirements. And such emergency matters shall be heard by the village commission if a majority of the commission. I want to bring this as a highlight since the item that was brought in March from the police department. I tried to, no questions. I know that, you all have the right to decide at the end of the day if you want to see it or not. And there was a lot of text read prior to the meeting. But we do have the opportunity to bring forward an item that we consider as important. I was told that day that it wasn't an emergency, it wasn't a critical matter. And it's just read on the resolution, emergency only. Urgency is part of that. And so I just want to highlight because it's important that we understand that in the future, I think Commissioner Gonzalez saying we're discouraging add-on items. Of course, this is not organized. But the purpose of this is that allow us to come forward to share what we think is urgent or emergency. So I just wanted to mention that it's there. It's not something we sort of decided. It is part of the resolution. We have the ability to do that. And that's it. That was it. I just wanted to reiterate that portion because I think, for the ways or expressed during the time of this block, I think it was more about the background, a lot of emotional and emergency. It is an emergency matter, and for any other future topics, I'm always going to be ready to listen what you guys bring forward and consider the time whether it's or not. So here in the agenda.
Commissioner Grants, what section you read?
The 4.
Well, I'm looking at 4A.
Second paragraph.
So it says here at the bottom.
So you have basically then, I understand what the commissioner is saying, but if you look at 4A, it appears that there's an inconsistency. Because, well, if we're gonna, we can address it.
Yeah.
We're here, we can address it. So 4A, the last sentence says no additional item shall be added to the agenda after the agenda closing date.
Can I do the conclusion?
That's been worked.
Sorry to cut you off. You want to add urgent to that first paragraph, is that what you're saying?
That's on this.
Right. So you want to say the last portion, nothing shall be added unless it's either emergency or urgency, because in the second paragraph, it says urgency or emergency.
And that's why I was asking you, because when we're reading for the resolution portion, on this emergency.
I was only changing that, well, because it was that paragraph, that's what.
Okay. Do we need to change it on the resolution?
You'll have to make an amendment.
Okay. Then I make an amendment.
Before we do that, I just want to talk about this resolution because this is a perfect example. I was going to bring this up as a discussion on next month, but this is a perfect example of this meeting tonight. Why we should maybe think about our meeting times. We should reorganize. I wouldn't want us to pass it because we don't have a commissioner here and we didn't advertise it the right way. But I think we should look at splitting our meetings, moving our presentations to the mornings, having our legally required resolutions and ordinances in the evenings, because These presentations were great, guys, and I'm sure we all would have appreciated more time to ask questions. But residents sat here for 3 hours for a resolution that happened in the last 30 minutes. I'm giving all of our residents, all of our ordinances, a presentation for due diligence that they require.
Yeah.
If we split our meetings, have our presentations in the morning, consent agenda to be allowed in the morning, and then have reconvene in the evening to do our ordinances and our resolutions. Allow for public comment during vote. I think there's a great opportunity there to provide more service to our residents while giving the due diligence to, I would love to ask one more questions. I would love to ask one more questions, but I see the minutes tick by, as I'm sure you guys do as well, and I prioritize my questions. I think if there's consensus to it, I'd be fine either passing this as it is and bringing it back up next month, or deferring it to next month and have that included in there. We can have part of the discussion now, including Commissioner Gonzalez, have the rest of the discussion next month. I just seem silly to me if we have a resolution in front of us, that I don't bring it up. If there's not consensus, I'll pass it the way it is right now. It's open. I don't like doing what twice. If it's open and we talk about it, let's talk about it. If there's no consensus, I try.
So for me, I'd rather pass it now, but I hear you, and actually, the first, I think, item we discussed is the commission when I came in 2022. If you remember, Bill?
I remember very well.
It was exactly finding an opportunity to speak in meetings for efficiency that you're mentioning. So I welcome you when you can discuss it. It was tough at the time to make sure that everybody's schedule worked out, considering working times for people as well. When I think of that for the presentation, but also for us as a team. But yeah, it was definitely.
They had written on my notes, maybe whether it's 1 or 2, because it reports for me. Look, I'm all for it if we want to just knock it all out at once, go all at one time. If you want to put it on for next meeting to do a discussion item on, and then ask the manager and Brad to bring forth some ideas to us on how we split that to be more efficient. And then put it on as a discussion. What's that? It's that no. So yeah, maybe we just move the discussion because I'm always open to the idea of discussing the format and how we approach it. I think
It's a discussion. Right?
yeah, I think it'd be fine. I'd be for it.
Bring that to discussion next month. Well done.
So we approve this today, or are you saying to table it until then?
I think table it until then, if I think we do it all at once.
So, would you rather discussion item or you rather give awareness the right direction of the attorney to bring us back to resolution with?
No, I think it's a
I
discussion.
think it's a discussion item. I think it's a discussion item. I think we'll get some input from the manager, from the attorney on how we do this. Do I have a motion to approve, a motion to send 15 minutes?
Motion to extend the community.
So what,
Sorry.
Go ahead.
so if you're gonna add a discussion item in regards to split agendas, what are you doing with this resolution?
So table it until then, so that we can include whatever you might want to discuss as a draft. That's how it started. You might add some vocabulary to it, so it will.
It's, we can have a little discussion now, it's however we can legally, if there's legal requirements, we have to have our ordinances and our resolutions in the evening. What we can put in the morning and what makes more prudent sense to have in the evening. The attorney and village manager have suggestions, I'm sure you guys have suggestions as well. So I'd love to hear them all in the discussion format as the best course of action.
So you're deferring this item?
I mean, I'm not for, it's a resolution from today. We can approve it as is. And we can bring it as a topic for conversation on the next one when we have, Commissioner Gonzalez, and also if we need not for, and say no.
We don't want to pass this at any.
Yeah.
Until there's proper notice. It's there, if you guys want to talk about it, I'm willing to talk about it.
So can we not mix maybe, and let's just finalize this as amended, and then put that item for discussion, and then we bring forward whatever you think will be the best.
It's a resolution, so it doesn't cost us anything but time to pass it on. So that's what
Okay. So we'll pass the resolution.
Yes.
So I need a motion as amended, put to be seconded.
A motion as, to approve is amended, that was including the urgency, making the corrections you suggested, and in the reading as well as in the text.
We have consensus on that, we're adding the urgency to the portion of both paragraphs of the agenda notice. Right? Okay, so we have a motion, we have a second. Okay, all in favor of the resolution as been amended? Right. Okay, and then we'll bring on the discussion item that you mentioned, and actually talk about the meeting format. All right, so we have one more resolution is 2025 dash.
Very good question, so on this one,
So Brad, you're
Which one are we on?
22.
I got it.
Could you read it on the record, please?
A resolution of the Village Commission of the Village of Biscayne Park, Florida, approving a renewal term with Ceres Environmental Services Inc. for debris removal and disposal services in an amount not to exceed budget funds, authorizing the village manager to execute said agreement and do all things necessary to effectuate this resolution, providing for incorporation of recitals and providing for effective.
Thank you, Brad. Do I have a motion a second to move to discussion?
motion to go to discussion.
Right.
Okay, so very quick, I just had a question regarding the language where it says it's a renewal, and anywhere in the text I saw budget, but there is a language that says, service in an amount not to exceed budgeted funds, and I didn't understand what that meant, because I didn't know we were talking about a specific budget. I know this is a renewal, so I'm assuming that the renewal has to be already agreed amount, but I didn't see that in any of the text. There is no attachment to it, or how much we're paying for this vendor.
You can answer this.
I've got an answer.
Go ahead. No, go
I'm waiting
ahead.
to hear your answer.
No, go
I
ahead.
want to hear your answer.
You go first.
No, so
Someone.
there is no determined amount, Commissioner, because
Okay.
we have no idea what level of storm we get. We get a category 1, category 2, category 4, what we had in Hurricane Andrew. So, and plus the amounts are reimbursed by FEMA.
Okay.
So,
Budgeted for, where does it come from?
so it would come from FEMA funds. We would get FEMA funds,
Not
not from us. It would come from FEMA reimbursement funds.
All right, that was it.
Is that correct, Mr. Attorney?
Well,
It
Do you
could-
agree?
It could come from FEMA funds, yes.
Yeah. Yeah.
And just to be clear, it would come from our emergency reserves and then paid back.
Paid back
Right.
from-
It would come out of our should be.
But yeah,
Emergency reserves.
what I try to do is notify FEMA right away. So they give us some upfront money. And then we get those reimbursements get those reports to them right away. So that they're not, I've heard horror stories where cities are waiting around 4 or 5 years for reimbursements. And I've always tried to have a relationship with the FEMA inspector, so you're getting those reports to them right away, so we're not one of those cities that are waiting 4 or 5 years.
I was thinking maybe there was a schedule attached to it, like hourly rate of services or anything like that, but I get what you're saying, okay. That was it.
Okay. All right, so we have a motion on the table right now to approve the resolution.
Who made it? Who seconded it?
I believe.
I made it.
yeah, Commissioner-
Angela Huntington.
Thank you.
Okay, so all in favor? Okay. All right, so we got a couple of things very quickly here. We got 10 minutes on the extended meeting. Then we have reports listed for right now. I'm just gonna ask a very, very conclusory, very unfair question to each of you, so I apologize in advance. Gentlemen, is there any one thing that you wanted to point out to us, in coming with your report this evening that's very critical?
Jazz in the Park, Saturday, 6 to 9.
Jazz in the Park, Saturday, 6 to 9. Perfect.
I have a question about that.
Okay, okay.
We waited all this time, I stopped. So, Lisa, I remember we talked in the budget season about this. I didn't see it at that point that Jackson Park was the most expensive of our events. It was over the 10 grand, and I didn't see anything regarding bids for that, or how's it work?
So, yeah, last year I think it was budgeted $12,000. This year we knocked it down to 10,500.
Yes.
With the manager's help, I asked him to reach out to North Miami. The main cost for last year's event was the stage. We reached out to North Miami. We got the stage last year was a little over $8,000. We're getting one of Miami's portable stages, and I think it came out to 2,200. So we drastically cut that budget.
Wow.
So we'll be under budget for what was put in the budget for that.
Perfect.
Yes.
And my second question was, Pride, what happened with Pride?
All right, so I had to get in contact with the organizers, the residents who previously done it. That's my next mission. We have special events the next 3 Saturdays. Yeah, so we were supposed to schedule it, and I think because of just
Okay.
so much has happened.
All right, I was wondering about that, that's all, because I know that
Definitely
these were
on top of
happening.
that. But we have special events the next 3 weekends here, so. Yeah.
Awesome, thank you so much.
Any other questions for Director? No, okay. Mr. Jenkins, was there anything you wanted to let us know that was terribly critical?
I just, can I, just quickly, Australian Pines and the leftovers, who like was in charge of quality control over there? To make sure that the roots were properly taken out. I walked over, and again, I don't know, but I see roots connected to our pavement field. So is that something that is okay to leave there? You can walk over some of those roots, and I'm wondering if you know, the main tree that, again, sorry for my ignorance on this, but if the main tree is taken down, if the remaining roots don't bother, I was just wondering about that.
Roots, but that was in the meeting and I'm on.
Yeah,
But the roots
I'm sorry, and I'm
that's
talking
going under the
about,
road,
I'm talking about the ones that were on 119th on the west side of Sixth Avenue.
119, but the root that run under the road, that all the way to, you know what I'm saying, remove those roots, then we have to,
Yeah,
fix the road.
some of them don't go into the pavement, but they're like, you know, you can see attached. So if you take those roots out, you'll probably do damage to the street somewhere or another. So I was wondering, if we're not gonna see a new little Australian pine being born in 5 years, shouldn't have an issue about this. So, okay.
Well,
All right.
somebody did plant something on it, at 119, but I removed it already.
Oh, okay,
They planted another, from San Australian pine.
no.
Yep. I have pictures and I removed it, said Public Works, so whoever wants.
Okay, thank you for doing that. That was my question. Thank you.
Any other questions for Mr. Jenkins? No? Okay, I don't know if there's anything from the specific from the manager or from the attorney.
No, yeah,
I do as well.
Commissioner report, had a commission report on, it's an important subject matter, so I'm gonna move over to the May meeting. This is the second month in a row, or second meeting in a row, I have the opportunity to have my manager's report, so please be sure that I have it the next one. Thank you.
His report to the meeting.
My report,
Well, go to the commission next.
Huh?
Go to the commission next.
but a commission report should have been in the beginning, it shouldn't have- his reports was the only one that should have been moved, my commission report. I should have been able to give it in the beginning.
Well, we amended the agenda and you all agreed, unanimously with the reports.
We have 6 minutes left.
Anything from the attorney or from the managers?
so I'll be really brief, Mr. Mayor.
Okay.
So we had some cybersecurity training that we had sent out this requirement by Florida statute. A number of you have already completed the training. Some of you have not on this board. I encourage you to complete it. We had just sent you information about the University of West Florida is training. I urge you to sign up for that. It's online. It's free. There's no charge for that. Commissioner Gonzalez has signed up. I got an email, but we are being attacked almost every day. We have cyber attacks almost every day. You saw the mayor
That was a very sophisticated one.
yes, he has firsthand knowledge of it, so I would encourage you. Our staff is being trained on it, so they know what to look for, because this is a common occurrence. And And we want to make sure that, we are not a victim. As North Miami was a victim, you know, other cities have been victims, so we want to make sure. I talked about already the advertisement for the police chief positions. I had issued an LTC on November 6th. I'll be out of the office, out of the country with limited emails and cell phone service. Beginning on May 4th, I will be returning to Miami late May 14th and then returning to the office on the 15th. Issa is, I'm gonna appoint Issa as acting as I did before. Yeah, he knows now. So our co-compliance department, we hadn't filled a position since December. We were able to use that position in savings the budget for the co-compliance manager position for the remainder of the year. That was had been earmarked to only be for 6 months for the year, but we're happy to move some things around and she'll be with us for the entire year. Gage asked me to talk about House Bill 943. We had the Miami-Dade County League of Cities is opposing that. It's moving forward through the committees, but he wants to make sure that this board opposes that bill and sends out a resolution opposing it.
Can I intersect for now, because I spoke with Sarah.
Yes, he's aware of it, and he's tracking it, he's aware of it, but the League of Cities is against it, the Florida League of Cities is against it.
He did not say nothing was needed as a next step on him, because I did ask, we need to pass some sort of a letter, resolution, however it might be. But the effort that he with the city seemed to be enough to do for ourselves, so he said basically let him do the work.
I met with our health insurance coordinator on Friday. We're looking at another rating increase for the upcoming year. Last year, they made a presentation at the May Commission. She wanted to try to get on before the May. And Mayor, I'll meet with you to see if you want to have a special call for just that issue.
Okay.
And we also, or we could put, I had a meeting with a local consultant to talk about completing a study or impact fees. We could add that on also, since I'll be out in May. And then finally, in observance of Good Friday, we're closing Village Hall at noon. Essential services will continue operations at the moment.
Okay. Major, thank you. For time for questions right now. I'm sorry, but let's move on. Brad, is there anything that you?
I do, I have, well, one matter that has to be addressed today.
Okay.
Another one with more information on, looking for guidance, but,
Can I extend for another 15 minutes, 7 months?
You have a motion?
Can I make a motion to extend 15 minutes?
Is there a second?
Second.
All right, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Yeah.
Yes, please.
So,
Time sensitive.
yes, I'm gonna talk about it. So as you're all aware, there's 2 employment-related investigations that are going on right now. I've been acting up until this point as the liaison for the village with the 2 investigators that have been undergoing these investigations. To tell you that my liaison role has been very simple. I have not taken any role whatsoever actively in those investigations. I've not spoken to witnesses, I've not given any direction to the investigators. I have merely provided documentation to the investigators as they've asked. And I've also helped facilitate any other information or contact information that they needed for any individuals that they wanted to speak to. And essentially what I would do is get those requests from them. I'd reach out to the clerk, ask the clerk to send that information, and then forward that information on to the investigators. There is a circumstance that has occurred, which under Florida law, at this stage, I'm not permitted to explain to you what it is. But based on that circumstance, I feel compelled to inform this commission that I have to remove myself, even from the simple task of being that liaison in the tasks in which I described. With that being said, you really have 3 options. One option is for you to hire somebody from outside to take on that role. Instead, the other option would be for you to have at this point, I think other than giving some information, which is contact information, and then ultimately getting the reports from the investigators, there's nothing more that needs to be done from the village's end. So the other option is to appoint the clerk to have direct communication with these two investigators, and receive the report from the investigators, and then provide the report to all of you, so we can discuss it. And the third option, which I think is, and I'll explain why quickly, the least favorable option would be for the investigators to directly report to this commission. And I can tell you that if you can choose that option under the sunshine law, you cannot individually reach out to those investigators without meeting with them in the sunshine. Which means if you contact the investigators to discuss the investigation on behalf of the commission, it would have to be done at a publicly noticed circumstance. So I would not suggest that you all do that, but it's certainly your option. And I'm seeking your direction as to which of those three options or another option if you have one. And we'll communicate it to the investigators so that they know the contact that I'm setting up.
Okay. Is everyone clear on the three options that have been presented to us?
Yes.
Okay. I mean, I'm just gonna cover it to Jason. Sounds to me like the best and most efficient option is to have the clerk just handle the direct communication to document request fulfillments.
If that's a consensus, I will speak with Madam Clerk and let the investigator.
Anyone else want to be heard on any three options that we have?
I just don't think that, any other option that is gonna cost the village more money is something I wouldn't do, so this seems like the only one where we could move forward, not that it is my preference, but based on what you're saying, it's the only alternative.
I'll the investigators know, and I'll speak with Madam Clerk, and that'll be my last official action as it relates to the investigation.
Hey, is there,
That's it, I'll concur, I think that's the logical step forward, we'll say, I'm sorry, Pamela, because it falls on your lap. But, yeah, sorry we're at this point, but I do.
As am I. The other thing I wanted to bring up very quickly, the manager and I have discussed this. The tax collector is now transitioning to a constitutional officer in Miami-Dade County. He is put the municipalities on notice that he intends to charge a 3% commission, 2%, sorry, 2% commission on the collection of your ad valorem taxes. I've done an analysis of the tax collector's opinion. I do not believe that in doing so complies with Florida statute. And that has been the opinion of, I think, the Municipal Managers Association, as well as other municipal attorneys within the county. And I'm just seeking your permission for either the manager or I to author or communicate a correspondence on behalf of the village to relay that information on behalf of the village to the tax collector.
to relay the position that
We do not believe he has the authority to do so, and lay out the reason why we don't believe he has the authority to do so. I can get into that, I can get into the details why I don't believe it, but under these timeframes, I don't.
I understand, and I believe that the 2% that they're looking to charge is gonna account for about $75,000 out of our budget, correct?
That's correct.
Well, I understand the difficulties that we're facing. I understand service, the level of service that they want to provide. I communicated with the tax collector when we met with that type of percentage, that 2% cost would be very, very difficult. So, I appreciate being here with this team, and I appreciate the time that you spent discussing with us, but that's just too much for us, I think. So I'd be fine with that.
Yeah, me too. I was gonna say, I agree with you, reaching out and not.
I'll send the correspondence.
Yeah.
I completely agree, and I know that this town is probably.
Sounds like consensus.
Very well.
Right, thank you so much. We got one last section of the reports before we get to discussion, so so that's the time. So commission reports, I'm just gonna forego my report from that same statement, so I'll open up to the commission, any of the commissioners that want to be reported.
I'll say my report.
It's
It's an important,
so.
it was an important subject matter that I needed the residents to be here, so that's why I shouldn't. But anyway, so I'll move mine.
Okay.
I'll put in next month as well. We're good.
Okay, well, we got a couple of minutes left, on the extended motion, or extended agenda. And the last item is the discussion item with, Vice Mayor. So you think we can get through it?
Yeah, I think we can do it. There's pretty much the simple decision here, I'll cut to the chase, is do we want to come to compliance with Tree City USA again or not? We were in compliance, Issa has a big sign in his office that says 7 years. The 7 years our village did it. Thank you, Issa, for saving the sign, and hopefully we can use it again one day. It's good news there that I did reach out to Tree City USA, and if we come into compliance, we will start our 8th year, we won't have to start back at 0. We can put an 8th project on that sign, we continue through years as we go on. I outlined the four requirements of the program. The couple of them, I again will concur with Gary Cool. I don't want to read about the wheel. I would say that this commission should instruct the attorney to analyze what their requirements are and what our ordinances currently stand, what the county ordinance is, and come up with a simple solution. I'm not trying to agree with the wheel. Working with budget, if Tree City USA says normally most of the municipalities spend $2 per capita on tree care. It's trimmings, plantings, removals. Surely this year we spent it. But in most years we do, we'll just be working with the budget, finance department to make sure that we do, we're compliant with that. You guys are in compliance with one of the requirements, which is a proclamation. Congratulations, I took the liberty of doing that one for us.
Yes, we did it at the 5:45 meeting.
And that was one of the sticky points. They said that you didn't come in compliance in 2024 because you didn't do proclaim Arbor Day, so they're very specific on that. And then the fun one is we have to host a Arbor Day celebration. It can be as simple as planting a tree, getting together, host a nature walk, as elaborate as a whole festival. Whatever we want, obviously with budget being a concern, I think, and trees being the main focus here. Maybe the commission will agree to planting a tree, whatever you want to decide. But mainly is looking for a consensus that we want to move into compliance and get our village back to advocating for trees here.
So, sorry. Okay, to the last one, you just made Arbor Days, that, so it's our last chance to get together to talk about it for the tree care. I was thinking the exact same thing, saying we'll ask the manager within the spending authority to go out and find a native tree. Native species tree that we can use to plant somewhere in the village, maybe somewhere where one goes. Pine can remove somewhere that kind of signifies and characterizes our dedication to putting back native trees where the Australian pines will be moved. I think it's a great idea. I'm the whole thing out there. I think it's a great idea. I think absolutely yes to everything, but as far as the Arbor Day celebration goes, I think that's probably the way to go.
I agree. If it didn't get talked about tonight, it doesn't, not a requirement. If it's Arbor Day celebration happens on Arbor Day or in April, it can be done later on.
Yeah.
Obviously, it makes sense to do it around Arbor Day, so it can be nice. But if planning and logistics don't work out, it's not a requirement. It just has to happen in 2025 to come into compliance.
Got it.
But again, something as simple as directing manager to plant a tree could come into compliance and we recognize it as an Arbor Day celebration. Say some nice words about Arbor Day.
So if I just make a suggestion.
Yeah.
We've already, Commissioner Ansler and I are going to be discussing the tree ordinance. And so this is something I can incorporate into that ordinance. So if that's the consensus of the commission, we can do that along with the collaboration.
Yes, that's what we agree on that.
Yeah, and I'm fully, want to collaborate and here as well as from Atlanta. One of the things that's really with echo is that I want to look at what the state has precluded us from doing and what are the allowable protections we can put in for trees that are being removed on private property. Because I understand there's not much we can do, but we should explore all that we can, making sure that we are.
Yeah.
Make sure it's all spelled out in one tree ordinance in one place. So when our residents look for information on it, they don't have to go this resolution we have or that kind of thing. They just look up tree ordinance. That tells you everything you need to know about trees in this.
That has been helping the challenge because we have the 18.
Yeah, so, as far as the tree protection that we spoke about at the last meeting, I'll work on that with Commissioner Ansler. Once we have that product done, I will, on my own, incorporate the Tree City requirements.
Just, that's a good, point, because heads up might not be in May, as I expected, but might be the following month, and I got so much literature that sort of after the Australian Pine situation.
And I'm fine with the mayor and other, because we're not yet in our Miami County, reporting system for ordinances that makes it cheaper for us to pass ordinances. I'm fine with bringing them up, so that way it's cheaper and less financial cost. of it.
Yeah, okay, all right, so it's, probably,
So we'll come back in June as a formality that we look at, I guess we'll, yeah, and I guess we'll defer on the, celebration piece, so you're ready for that. Okay. Okay, so we have direction. All right, so, that finishes it, I don't think we have any requests to be placed on the next agenda. So in that case, if there's nothing else, motion to adjourn.
there you go.
Okay, do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor? Aye, okay. Thanks, everybody.
Yeah, I'll probably more. The contract.